quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand, his aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon heating up, these are running out of time. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow bursts, illusion degrades. Huey's treatments, they cure them of their plight, guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a glober is tell your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need Huey's treatment. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser.
That's a mighty fine of picking and a grinning. Welcome to the show. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord, where there's only one actual VC, and the VC misses whatever.
Well, nice for you to have me, and good to see everybody out there in YouTube land and here on the panel.
Yeah, we got some people missing today. I think Adam's flying right now, so he's indisposed of. We got Neil, and we got Raleigh Criterion, I think. Who else we got in here? I didn't look.
Pure rigor.
Pure rigor. Pure rigor mortis? Or rigor?
Just rigor. And now Hell's Angles.
Hell's Angles. All right, we're getting some people flowing in here now. Where's Brian at?
Good question. Climbing a potato tree?
Reg Joe 20. Yeah. Reg Joe 23. Did you guys know Whitsitt had a debate with Jaron? Well, ironically, someone dropped that little quote unquote meat hook debate in my lap this morning, and it wasn't Mrs. Whatever who thought she did. It was, I caught it by accident. I was adding the show this morning. Super chat already?
Yeah. Billy Philly 22 sent I really hope the Goober Grifter is with it, because the last stream was a nightmare of a dumpster fire.
Yeah, he's part of it, Billy Philly. You got one half of the part, right? Yeah. It's going to be Boy Zero Sky Grifter, a.k.a. Damn, it's been so long, I forgot his actual name. Oh, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. You know, the shape-shifting, double-speaking ether clown. Yeah, it's going to be him and his boyfriend, Hanoi Jaren. Yeah, somebody dropped that in my lap. They didn't. Like I said, I was adding the show this morning in Discord, and I went over to Flatzoid's channel. It's not called Flatzoids, is it? He's changed his name?
I think it's like it's some play on creation or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I went over to his channel. He's on my list of adding the shows, and I went to add the show, and I looked up, and it was right there. It was like 2 messages above that had a video there of Hanoi Jaren and Witsit, and I said, what is this? And we were talking about this the other day because someone made a mention. I think it was Jaren. Hanoi Jaren himself said that there was going to be a debate. You just take those with a grain of salt and like, whatever. How ironic.
Thank you, Cross of Adam. It's Creality.
Creality, that's it. And like I said, you just take those with a grain of salt, but it popped up. So these goobers actually had a debate. Of course, you can't have a debate on objective topic, but they'll do anything to grift. So we're going to definitely get into that. But first, we're going to take care of Ken Ham. I ran into Ken Ham a few weeks ago now. Just haven't got to it, right? Too much going on, and the 2 ditzes that we did the other day, that took long. I said, do I want to do the rest of that? And I think we did enough on the 2 ditzes. You know, frickin' frack. Yeah, we ain't doing that one anymore, I don't think. It was definitely enough after the first 2 minutes. So we don't have to spend our time with that one. So we'll do Ken Ham. He had a little superfluous video he wanted to put out to the crayon munching masses. I don't get it, right? Why would you embarrass yourself? I don't know. It's better. They should have taken, or they should take some advice. You know, this is some really good advice, and I heard this many, many years ago. It goes something like this. It's better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to open up that incoherent blowhole and remove all doubt. People should take that advice.
I love that advice. I've been trying to figure that one out, because I know you've said it a bunch, but I was like, I know it's something like just being thought about as a fool or thought about as ignorant, but there you go. I'm not going to forget it this time.
Yeah. It's a pretty good. It's a good mantra to live by. And I used to talk about this back in the day with my bestest good friend when I was growing up, Jim. He was a car medic. They gave him the name car medic many years later. It didn't start out that way. But he used to fix all everyone in the cars in the neighborhood. You know, the little old ladies that couldn't afford to send their car to the garage. Jim, he was a good man, right? He would do it for literally nothing, and everyone knew it, right? So they'd, just drive past his house, and he had his dad used to be a race car driver, and he had a big garage. Jim had a freaking Mach 1 Mustang, and you know the routine. And that's where the gatherings used to be in our town, for the most part. Now there was some people that weren't. If you weren't in the know, if you weren't in the clique, then you didn't go there. But a lot of people did. I mean, we didn't have those social escapades back in the day. You know what I mean? And I used to tell the story that Jim, he knew everything. He forgot more about working on cars in a day than I would ever know. I knew it. It wasn't a big shocking surprise, right? And it wasn't a big blow to my pride. He just knew what he was doing. Okay, cool. But, we'd be in the house in the basement or out. He had a huge backyard, and just shooting the stuff, and I would be all over the conversations. But once we entered that garage, I would shut the hell up. There'd be people, where'd Johnny go? Yeah, Johnny's not saying anything because I know better. Now I'll sit there and watch and listen because he used to teach as he, as best as he could. And everyone would add their little, if it was a complex problem, everyone would add their little, because there were some novice mechanics there that would add their little addendums to whatever he was doing. But Jim pretty much knew everything. But the moral of the story is, if you don't know anything, just shut up. Right? And that saying, it dovetails with the saying. So I always thought about that through the years. So sorry, that was a long, drawn-out explanation of that, but it's some good advice to live by. It'll save you your tail on most occasions. So with that, let's get into the first video. Shout out to Betty and Adam, who can't be here. Did Brian show up yet?
Oh, yeah, Brian's here, but it'd be so cool to have Betty here. Shout out to Betty. We miss you.
Yeah, I talked to her yesterday. Yep, she's doing fine. And I didn't ask her. She's still in the middle of a lot of stuff, so I didn't get into it when she would, make an appearance or anything. I think she handed it off to Flatsy as being the flat Earth godmother. I think so. I haven't asked her. We haven't really talked about that. So we talk about other things because I've known Betty for years and years, so we get into other topics. But anyway, like I said, let's get into the first video. It shouldn't be that long. And since Adam's here and Brian's on mute, we'll get through this video in less than 3 weeks. Shut up, Brian.
Adam could join eventually, you never know.
I think he's flying right now.
We got refracted curvature.
Oh, great. Did he bring that exquisite mic of his with him?
We can hope.
You know I did.
Guys, she's filling up now. The whole room's filling up. Damn. All right. I guess this is the place to be. This is where it's happening. This is Jim's garage. I am the Globetard medic. I fixed them. That wasn't
You got
planned.
the treatment.
Yep. I'm going to give a couple treatments here today. Like I said, we'll get through this one. This is really mind-numbing.
How do you fix a train wreck?
Don't. Stays a train wreck.
Well, can't you just clean it up?
Can. It's a pain in the butt, though. Depending on
How do you fix?
Good.
How do you fix stupid?
Don't. You don't fix it.
You hang it up on the highest pole and you put it on display for everyone to see.
That's what I do, yes. I try to cure them of their pain. So, like I said, this is, and you guys are seeing this in Discord, this is from Ken Ham. He's the president and CEO of Answers in Genesis. He's Dr. Danny Faulkner's boss, and Jason the Liar Lyle. We might get into some Jason Lyle. He's another one of astrophysicists underneath the wing of Answers in Genesis. We might tear into that coming up shortly also. I'm going to have to think about that. But I digress. So, yeah, this is where he comes from. Like I said, he's the CEO, president of Answers in Genesis. And he shouldn't have done anything. He should have just shut up. But he didn't. So we're going to give him a treatment right about now.
So is the Earth round or flat?
Both of these, the sphere-tard and this little straw man thing you got over here, both of these are round. There, Ken. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. Why would I need to say that to a grown adult? That's my question. It's rhetorical, by the way.
In recent times, there seems to be an upsurge in the number of people claiming that the Earth is flat.
In recent times, It's been quite a while now. I put it to your Dr. Danny the Doofus Astronomer Faulkner in 2016. This is 2025, so I guess those are recent times to you. Who knows?
So the idea of space travel.
Who's this? See a flat
No, but
earther? Second?
that filter is really yellow, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Visit info. I don't
Somebody
even
forgot the white balance.
I don't know who this guy is, so.
Travel's pretty pathetic. The idea of deep space is certainly debunked.
Certainly debunked. How's it debunked? I know her. I've seen her before.
She was on that show where they put a bunch of people in a room together.
Yep.
And there was some flat earthers and then other folks.
Flat earthers versus scientists or something. We did a treatment of that.
Yeah, it was like on Jubilee or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I've seen her around in different cases, and yeah. Okay.
Flat, stationary,
and contained, and can be demonstrated so.
Now, there are even some Christians that claim
Christians? Oh, no.
the earth is flat, and they try to use scripture to justify that.
I'm a Christian. I don't try to justify it with that. I mean, that's part of the proofs. And that just depends on your epistemology. I don't bring it up all the time, but through the years I've brought it up on many occasions. But I don't need it to prove that the earth is a horizontal plane, stationary and contained.
By the way, just as an aside, you could use scripture to justify anything if you...
Really? Can you use scripture to justify a perpetual motion machine of the first kind?
Or the clubbing of babies' heels?
Yeah. That's kind of a silly statement. Why, to grease the skids? Are you going to provide scripture that shows the spinning monkey ball? We want to see those scriptures, Ken.
You take it out of context and...
Like Dr. Danny Faulkner and Dr. Jason Liar, the Liar Lau.
interpret it the wrong...
What?
How come nobody? This guy's a Christian. They're all Christian, but they never show me in the Bible proof of this water ball. I want names. I want dates. And I want blood.
No, you want scripture, not names and dates. You want scriptures. He should have pulled them out right there. When he said
They're not going to give it to us.
When he said flat earthers were doing this and doing that, well, go ahead. It would be easy. Just pull out the scriptures that show the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey. Simple.
Quantum.
What?
The reason my God never mentions the spherical Earth is because God thought it was obvious it was a sphere. They didn't think you guys would be this stupid to think it was a flat Earth.
Stupid to think it's a flat Earth. Just wait a couple minutes. Just put yourself on mute, and then after I'm done dissecting Ken, I'll get back to your dumbass. Okay? All right.
Okay.
Wrong way.
God gave me a brain. God gave me a conscience. God gave me all these things to use. If he's going to have a problem with the thing that he created, take it up with himself.
What?
What?
Huh?
Well, he didn't create the ball.
Shut up. Just made a really stupid statement. Do we want to go back over that?
No.
Yeah, we are. Let's try it again. Make sure I heard it right.
Way.
God gave me a brain. God gave me a conscience. God gave me all these things to use. If he's going to have a problem with the thing that he created, take it up with himself.
Take it up with himself. If he's going to have, I don't think he has a problem with what he created, except sin. But why would he take it up with it? That didn't make any damn sense, sir.
I wasn't aware he had a problem with it.
I don't think, yeah.
Here.
I mean, various cults use scripture all the time.
There's cults that use scripture all the time. Yeah, like the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkeys, but they don't use scripture.
They use their scripture.
Yeah.
To try to justify
Wiki.
by their false teaching.
Well, he flashes the Book of Mormon. Oh, boy.
So we have to be very careful handling scripture.
Yes, we do.
I've had people say to me,
What do you mean? Why don't you give an example? Let's see how you handle it. Now you've had people. Is this an anecdotal fallacy?
Well, the Bible talks about the four corners of the earth. We read.
Oh, here we go. We got an example. Okay, four corners of the earth. I never used this. Isaiah 11:12, King James Version, and he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Okay.
Read that in Revelation and Isaiah about the four corners. But actually, when you understand what it's saying there, it's talking about the four quarters of the earth.
The four quarters? Oh, that's the first time I heard.
Does it say that? Does it say that? Right.
I've never heard that before. Okay, where's the four quarters of the Baltard? Where's the quarters? What? One, two, 3, and 4. What the hell are you talking about?
Earth, actually.
I think he's talking about when you use the Cartesian plane at the center of the sphere is what he's going to reference, I believe. Is,
you think?
Quadrant-based geometry. Yeah.
Okay.
About north, south, east, west.
Oh, no, Ken. Let's try that one more time.
Quarters of the earth, actually. And we're talking about north, south, east, west.
Well, you can't have north, south, east, or west on a globetard, Ken. Think about it for 3 seconds. Well, you're not going to be able to get it. Bring your slobber nurses on here and have them think about this statement. You cannot have north, south, east, or west on a globetard. Slobber nurses, can you explain that to Ken? He's not understanding it.
Yes, that's not saying it's...
What?
You can... Okay. Sir, you can tell, you can use the north, south, east, and west on a spherical earth.
Did I tell you to shut up until we were done with this?
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Don't interrupt my show.
Okay.
Just write it down.
I apologize.
So you don't need to apologize. Just don't interrupt me again. Now, if I say something here and you got a problem with it, write it down so you don't forget, and you can bring it up after we're done fricasseeing ham.
Okay, sir.
All right. Are your heels together?
No, a flat earth, it's a rectangle or square or something like that. Besides, you have passages, for instance, like he sits on the circle.
Yeah, this is a big problem for you. From Isaiah 40:22, King James Version again, it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Ken Ham, do you know what a circle is? And the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Now, there is a lot of rhetorical language used here after the comma of earth. And the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers. Yeah. That stretches out the heaven. I can't say that. Stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain. And spreadeth them out as a. Those are similes, right? But not with the first statement. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. That is not rhetorical. So, Ken, what is a circle? I know globetards have a big problem with this one. We won't get into triangles because you'll screw that all up.
Circle of the earth. Well, that certainly seems to imply that the earth is a circle or it's round.
No. Circle. Now, circles are round, but round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, Ken. You keep on screwing that up. Your slobber nurses haven't gotten with you yet.
But it's not ultimate proof.
It's not ultimate. Who said it was proof anyway? It's just what God said. The Creator said that. Yeah?
Pause a second.
Go ahead.
Just a comment from a non-biblical, non-Christian flat earther, which I am. For the past 10 years that I've been in this, all I've heard when it comes to this topic concerning the Bible, all I've heard is them not reference where in it references a rotating sphere in a vacuum, and try to change what it does actually say, which are the passages that flat earthers like yourself would point out. Try to change it. So, like, it doesn't say quarters. It doesn't say that.
I know.
Right? It doesn't say quadrants. So him saying that means, like, from an outsider, it means absolutely nothing to me. It's like, but it doesn't say that.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all I've heard is them change things or outright claim that people like you just don't understand the passage.
Yeah.
And just won't, then just say it straight past that statement. No proof of your understanding, just a nothing, basically.
Now, Ken, what he's saying as a heathen, he's telling you that you're that there's some question into your integrity, is what he's saying. You understand that, Ken? Probably not.
And we have an astronomer at...
Oh, yeah, the doofus astronomer, Dr. Danny Faulkner right here, Mr. Backwards Hat. Yeah, he's been fricasseed over and over and over again. In fact, I fricasseed him my first week out here in Flat Earth in May 2016. I still have the transcript for that, by the way, between me and this doofus. He's been exposed more than Mae West.
At Answers in Genesis, Dr. Danny Faulkner, who has written...
Dr. Danny Doofus.
Even a large book.
A large book? The size of the book has nothing to do with its veracity or validity. And by the way...
hardback?
What?
Is it hardback?
Yeah, well, we're going to get to that later. Yeah, I think it is hardback, but I think he made it out of the hairs on his back. We fricasseed this doofus book of yours many times there, Danny. And Bible literalist Paula has taken this apart sentence by sentence through a series of video exposés. Poignantly, every single statement that he said. So I would, what's our new channel name? Hello? Neil! What? Everyone gone quiet or what?
I can't remember because she's changed the name of our channel.
Bible U.
I can't remember.
Bible U. That's it. YouTube Bible U. And you'll see her just eviscerate Dr. Danny Faulkner. It's...
Oh, you were asking about Paula. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So, he's a clown. Demonstrated.
Dealing with the flat earth.
Quantum!
He couldn't deal with the damn Cracker Jack bucks. Hey, Mr. Quantum! Shut the hell up! Thank you.
And talking about the scientific issues.
Scientific issues? Dude, you just sack your friggin' science acumen on a second grade retard altar. This isn't a scientific topic, Ken. My word, son.
As well as the biblical issues.
You can believe in the earth is flat because you're going to make up a...
We don't believe the earth is flat. We know it for an absolute fact. It's observed, measured, navigated, aviated, surveyed, and built upon as a horizontal plane, stationary and contained. Don't believe it, Danny, like you believe in your heliocentric, ball-tart spinning space monkey religion. By the way, what is this? Get a good look at what's he got. Can anyone? Let's try it. Let's make
looks like the moon landing.
No, it looks like the Black Swan kind of. No, I don't know.
What is this? It looks like
a flag.
Shut up. Looks like two photos side by side because there's a break right here. I can't tell. It looks like ships or something. Okay, well, it really doesn't matter unless he's going to go into his proofsies here.
Explanation to explain this away. I mean,
you need to come up with an explanation to explain what away? You mean he needs a just so story to explain your just so story away, huh, Danny? Is that science?
You asked for evidence, and I gave it to you, but you're not.
What's the evidence? Ken, what's the evidence since you're using this? What's the exact? Let's get specific here.
Not willing to accept the evidence when I give it to you.
Accept the evidence? No one would accept the evidence because you don't accept evidence. Evidence is evidence. It's proof. There's no acceptance about it. Idiot.
Before you go on.
What?
Before you go on, QE, who is this guy he's talking to? Is it low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, I don't know. He's just posturing, superfluous horse shit.
You can cover those in detail, but
you won't. You can cover those, We've got mountains and mountains of evidence. You can cover those in detail. Yeah, sure, Ken. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
To me, I like to say, is there any observational science?
No, this isn't a scientific topic, for God's sake. Sacrificing your second grade acumen again on that altar, the retard altar, Ken? Yeah, and observational science. Is there another kind? And number 2, that's a composition fallacy there, Ken. You're not too bright, are you?
To confirm that the Earth is round.
That the Earth is round. Number 1, the round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. Number 2, scientific evidence. Science only deals with natural cause and effect relationships, Ken, not validate shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade and sacrificing, like I said before, on the 2nd grade retard altar. Thanks again. Each instance, I'm going to bring it up.
Or flat. Observational, what does that mean?
Looking at something?
Well, historical science is...
What? Observational, what does that mean? Well, historical science, that's non sequitur. It didn't make any sense. And historical science is a misnomer. It's an oxymoron. So all this is just a train wreck of a disaster, Ken.
There's knowledge about the past when you weren't there, like the belief in evolution and so on.
Belief in evolution? Why would you need to believe it? Ken, what is evolution? I'll bet you he doesn't know. I'll guarantee it. These glue sniffers don't know. They're just enablers so they can argue back and forth with so-called evotards. They bring up their stupid... I've been indicting them for years. They bring up their little stupid arguments. No one ever defines it. Define evolution, Ken Ham. And then, please show us the scientific theory of evolution, and let's see if it has any merit. Let's have the conversation. Let's build the foundation right there, and then go on with the next question. You know what? There is no next question because the scientific theory of evolution doesn't and has never existed. But you keep perpetuating it. I wonder why. That's an interesting question. Outside the scope of the discussion today.
Observational science means using...
Observational science means what? Other than a composition fallacy.
Superchat?
Super composition fallacy.
Superchat? Yeah. Superchat. Duncan McElroy sent observational science is looking at stuff and making up stories about it.
That's what, hey, you got it. That's what he thinks it is. Exactly. Ken, that's what Ken thinks it is. Yes. Let's go back. Let's get the whole thing.
Like the belief in evolution and so on.
Shut up.
Observational science means using your 5 senses in the present.
Using your 5 senses. So, observation. So, if I smell something, I'm observing it. Ken. Yeah, that's what he said. He's a moron.
Can we somehow prove that the Earth is round?
With science? Using your 5 senses? Oh my God. He's digging a hole deeper and deeper, isn't he?
Well, there is a way.
Oh, so there is a way to prove scientifically that the Earth is a globe using your 5 senses.
He didn't say that. He said round.
Yeah, I know. He keeps screwing it up. We know what he means.
I personally know
He personally knows. This is his scientific evidence using his senses to prove the Earth is a globe scientifically.
3 Christian astronauts.
He personally knows 3 Christian astronauts. Is this your scientific evidence using observational science, Ken? Are you some type of goober or something? Oh, by the way, prove that these are Christians. Each one. Okay? That's number 1.
And those Christian astronauts are Barry or Butch Wilmore, Charlie Duke. Now, Charlie Duke was the youngest astronaut to ever walk on the moon. And
yeah, he's the youngest astronaut to ever fly through a second law of thermodynamics violation. Ken.
Whoa.
Super second law of thermodynamics violation.
He screamed it, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Roger Ledwell sent, is Danny the definition of evolution?
Danny, Dr. Doofus Danny, the dipshit astronomer. Super dipshit astronomers.
It's funny, booger. Platypus sent, refresh my memory. Isn't Ken the guy who built the Ark Encounter thing?
Yeah. I don't think he built it himself. I mean, he paid for it to be built. Yeah, he probably approved it. Being president and CEO, I don't know his official title.
Yeah, I went to that. He's got a lot of things in there that are wrong. It's a massive site, don't get me wrong, but inside, filled with fallacy.
And then Jeff Williams.
Don't lose focus. This is his scientific evidence using observational science and his 5 senses to show that the Earth is a globe dart. Don't lose focus of that.
And they've all been on the space station.
They've all been in Narnia, violating the second law of thermodynamics at a minimum.
In space or on the space shuttle.
Violating the second law of thermodynamics every single instance.
One of them's been on the moon.
Been on the moon? They've been on the moon tard when they traveled through a second law of thermodynamics violation. Is that your observational science, Ken?
And I have asked each of those 3 astronauts.
He asked them. Is that using one of your 5 senses?
When you look back at the Earth, is it round or...
When you look back at the Earth through a second law of thermodynamics violation, is it round or is it flat? Meanwhile, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, Ken. You're a goober.
Flat. And they all say, it's round.
It's round, meaning that it could be flat, Ken. And don't worry, I haven't forgot. So this is your observational science using your 5 senses to scientifically validate a shape. This is what you got right up to this point, Ken. Are you some type of... How much of a goober are you? He's worse than the average skanking foul baltards that we deal with, isn't he? This is pitiful, pathetic, feeble.
Just like the moon is round, just like...
There we go again.
The other planets are all round.
Really? They're all round?
Round. The Earth is no different.
And you have evidence of this how?
And actually, I have seen...
Shut up, Quantum Eraser! What'd I tell you? Write it down!
I'm sorry.
Shut up!
I'm sorry.
Shut up.
Video taken from the space station.
Video taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation?
By Barry Wilmore. He has sent video clips to me.
Is this your scientific evidence using your 5 senses?
And I've seen his photographs, but in the video you can watch as he's in the space station and you can see the Earth spinning around.
This is pretty funny, man. This is really pathetic, dude. Like I said at the beginning of this presentation, it's better to remain silent and be thoughtful than to open up that incoherent pie hole of yours and remove all doubt. At this point, all doubt is removed, sir. You did it yourself.
and you can see that it is round. It is a
there she is.
Sphere. And
he's a sphere. There you go, Neil. Sphere. He finally got it right.
I'm back. I'm back on the ball.
The Earth is a sphere.
The Earth is a sphere.
In space. That's observation.
That's observational science. My word. Shouldn't the Earth be like 4 times this size from the moon, Tard? Ken.
Observational science. So what has happened when I've even said to some flat earthers, I know 3 Christian astronauts who will testify to the fact that when they've been in space looking back at Earth, it is a sphere. It is not flat.
It is not flat. So what do I say? The same thing I said to Dr. Danny Faulkner when he tried to play that shit with me, May 2016. I said, number 1, prove they're Christians. He didn't get to number 2, 3, or 4 because he couldn't get past 1. And then I said, Dr. Danny Faulkner, what is the second law of thermodynamics? That was all for that conversation. See that? That's how I deal with that. Ken. Simple.
I'm shocked at the answer sometimes.
My answer is it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, and they're lying. So either the second law of thermodynamics is false, or they're liars. You're observational science morons. With your 5 senses. Simple as that. They're lying, or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Make your choice. Choose wisely.
I've had them say to me, well, they lied.
She didn't say anything. She just had a nonverbal. What does this mean? You supposed to garner something from this? How you doing?
Well, okay, then there's nothing I can...
Calm yourself. Stay focused, soldier.
I just looked at the screen and caught that.
I can do for you. When you're...
Well, there's nothing I can do for you. When I tell you that they're liars, or the second law of thermodynamics is false, and you have nothing to say back, there's nothing I can do for you either.
Saying that, I mean, these are 3 Christian men.
You said that before. Christian, prove they're Christian. And then show how the second law of thermodynamics is false. Then you may have something. Up until that point, it's over.
That have Christian ministries that love the Lord.
You're going to have to prove that.
And you're saying they're lying.
Yes, I am saying they are liars. And I've just demonstrated it. You have to overcome it. You have to falsify the second law of thermodynamics. That's the only way you can recover from your idiot, feeble, pathetic statement of your observational science by hearsay.
I mean, that's just a false accusation.
It's just a false. It's not a false accusation. Either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're lying. Pick one.
And that's just your way of saying, I refuse.
Listen, look at this. Great visual, Ken. My
now
God.
That's more my speed. Keep that up there for a second, Kiwi.
To accept what they're saying. That's what you're really doing.
Now, what I'm really doing is I'm exposing your ass more than Mae West with very little effort.
Others have said, oh, they were indoctrinated or brain.
No. Second law of thermodynamics, Ken. No. Nothing with your psychology or your socioeconomic status of these people. It doesn't matter. Second law of thermodynamics.
Ooh.
Focus.
Guess what? Adam Meakin is in the YouTube chat.
No way.
Well, he's not in here.
He said, ladies and gentlemen, the eagle has landed.
No, the eagle has landed. Yep. The dumbass eagle.
Brainwashed by NASA to come up with this story. It never happened.
Don't have to be brainwashed by anyone. It's just a simple second law of thermodynamics. Or Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics. You're going to have to debunk all those to prove your Christian astronauts are telling the truth. Good luck with that.
Well,
NASA says.
Who gives a shit what NASA says?
We ought to put that on one of their rockets.
That's the same thing as saying they're
That's the same thing as saying what?
lying.
Yeah, they're lying. Yeah, they are lying. Yes.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Observational science, actually.
Observational science. Back to observational science. Using his 5 senses by asking his lying astronauts whether they think the Earth is glob or they seen the Earth as a glob or a horizontal plane. They didn't see shit. They're liars. Observational science, Ken. You got to be kidding me.
Actually confirms that the Earth is round, and of course there are many scriptures that
the Earth is round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, Ken. I mean, an incoherent second grader knows this, but you can't seem to overcome it.
We could point to too. There's many scientific evidence.
There can't be scientific evidences. Natural science can, and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry, Ken. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade and sacrificing it on the 2nd grade retard altar. You've done it again. You keep doing it.
That confirm that, and I'd refer to the articles on the answers in general.
Refer us to articles. That's an elephant hurling fallacy, Ken. My word.
This website by Dr. Danny Faulkner.
Dr. Danny Faulkner that we cremated so many times. He comes into these BCs and doesn't say a word anymore. Not a word. He just sits there quiet like a mouse. Unless he goes over to Earth Awakenings, the land of misfit toys over on their server, then he speaks. I've heard him speak there.
And to his book, dealing...
To his book. There is a book coming out within the next 5 months that's going to settle this once and for all. It's called Welcome to Flat Earth, the ultimate flat Earth reference. And everyone and their sister is going to know. It's all over for you. It was all, technically, you were all finished back in 2016. May 15th, 2016, by the way. That was the beginning. It only lasted for about 30 minutes. That was the beginning and the end of you. By the way.
With the flat Earth. How can people deny such clear reality?
How can people deny such clear... What is going on here? Oh, boy.
We see examples all around us of people denying reality.
Like you. You deny the second law of thermodynamics. You did it for the past 4.5 minutes.
And they do it with the creation account.
Oh, God. This is one of little Danny's images. I can tell. I've seen this before from Dr. Danny, the doofus dipshit astronomer. This is one of his straw man fallacies. Clown.
Too. Just as plainly as we can see that the Earth is not flat.
That the Earth is not flat? How can you plainly see that? Show. Show! Besides your second law of thermodynamics violating images.
We can also see that God created the world in 6 literal days.
What does that have anything to do with whether the Earth's a globe or a horizontal plane, Ken? Can somebody get him some Adderall? Retroactively?
How? Well, what?
I'm sorry, retrospectively?
Watch this video and find out.
Watch this video now. About nothing about the flat Earth. I think that's it. Yep. Tea. I just drank some of that tea this morning. Well, that's all for Ken. Hold on 1 second. Let's see what I did. I did respond to this video.
I'm going to throw out a disclaimer. We do not give you any medical advice. Please consult your doctor.
That's a good one. All right. So, yeah, see, like I said 2 weeks ago, it took some time to get here, but I did comment on here. Number 1, Ken, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, Ken. That is, you can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD, etc. Number 2, Christian astronaut said so. A, anecdotal fallacy. B, hearsay. C, prove they're Christian. D, your anecdotal fallacy hearsay astronauts, along with yourself and pseudoscientist Danny, of which I showed the four corners of the room on many occasions since 2016, are in direct violation of Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics. Show gas pressure without a container, Ken. Good luck with that one. Number 3, like I said, observational science is painfully redundant. Is there another kind? And I should have put composition fallacy, but I didn't. But we can add that on right here. Number 4, you don't validate shapes with natural science, the scientific method. That's geometry, sunshine. We already been over that a number of times here today. Number 5, show a spinning water ball in a vacuum in Scripture. Book, chapter, verse, please. Number 6, four corners of the earth. Nobody I know uses four corners of the earth straw man fallacy to show flat earth in Scripture. Try this one of hundreds. Shout out to Adam Meakin. Revelation 20, verse 9. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, encompassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Breath equals plateaus. Strong's Greek definition, G4114, from G4116, plateaus, spread out, flat. It's actually in there, flat, by the way. The passage in English should read, and they went up on the flat earth and encompassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. And fire can only come down on a horizontal plane, not a globe. There is no up and down on a globe, Ken. Number 7, you can't have north, south, east, and west, or west on a sphere. Think about it for less than 3 seconds. We'll get back to Mr. QE. QE had a problem with this, and I'm going to tighten his shot group here in a couple minutes. Just be patient. You're not very bright, are you, Ken? This is where I said there will be a book hitting the shelves within the next 5 months that's going to end your heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion for good, titled Welcome to Flat Earth, the ultimate flat Earth reference. The Earth is observed, measured, navigated, aviated, surveyed, and built upon as a horizontal plane. It's also demonstrably stationary and contained. Regards. That's the end of you. Now, Mr. QE, floor is yours.
1 second before you bring him in. I just want to say that to have a corner, you need 90 degrees.
That's profound.
I'm just saying, like, if you have 4 of them, then you have, 4 corners. I don't know how that's going to work on the surface.
Did he say corners, or I thought he said quarters?
He changed it to quarters. Corners, though, is what it's actually written.
Huh. Did he say? He said that we misinterpret that as we don't get the message that it actually states the corners are quarters.
Correct.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah, but what does it say? Does it say corners or quarters?
Corners.
Yeah, so he just made up some nonsense. That
yeah, of course he did.
Bible. Yeah. I'm just saying, you were saying that him saying that we all say, like all the biblical flat earthers say that the 4 corners. But actually, corners are a 90-degree angle. So I don't know how you're going to have 4 of those on the surface of a sphere. Just saying, that's all.
All right, thanks.
So I'm a heathen, so whatever I have to say.
Exactly. Got another one out in chat. Where is he? I just seen him pop up. I was scrolling up here. Adam Meakin, heathen. Where'd he go? All right, he's not there. All right, Mr. QE guy, go ahead.
Hello?
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 Hey, why did you call me Kiwi?
Oh, shut up. What's your problem?
No, well, why did you call me Kiwi?
I didn't call you QE, for God's sake. What's your problem?
Who did you call for?
Oh my God! You better get to it really quick.
Okay, so I have a question. Okay.
It sounds like
how does a wait? You guys believe that it's a round?
Don't. No, we don't. We don't believe it.
Okay. And why are you talking about four corners?
He's talking about four corners. We weren't. We were just rebuttaling his four corners.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Okay, my question is, what do you guys think about the 24-hour no sunset in Antarctica?
What do we think about it?
My God.
What do
you think about the solar mounts?
What?
What do you think about the solar mounts?
I can't hear you.
I said, what do you think about the solar mounts?
The solar mouse?
Mounts. This is very painful.
He doesn't know what I'm talking about.
No, he doesn't.
No,
so he came in asking, he doesn't know what I'm talking about. So that's the problem.
I don't know what.
Because anyone who would know what I'm talking about would know exactly what I'm referencing. He knows I wouldn't be saying the word mouth. You know, now he's just coming in here to troll and ask us idiot questions, which is probably why he's here.
Yeah, we don't really care. Just hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't really give a shit about the 24-hour sun. It doesn't prove or disprove anything. That's the answer.
Why can't it?
Why can't it? Why can it? I'm not going to explain to you the non-existence of something. That's not my burden. You're interested in your question. How can it?
Because you guys think it's flat.
No, I corrected you. No, I corrected you before. That, number one, that's a non sequitur. Because you think it's flat is not an answer to that question. That is a non sequitur fallacy, sir. And I already told you, we don't believe it's flat. We know for absolute fact that it's observed, measured, navigated, aviated as a horizontal plane, stationary and contained. We don't believe it. We know it.
No, you don't know.
Yes, I do.
How?
I've known it for years.
What measurements did you guys do?
What?
What? We have to go out and do measurements that have already happened. Is that what you're saying?
What kind of measurements did you do?
I don't need. So I have to go and learn how to fly a plane. I have to learn. I have to go off and become a surveyor. Why can't I not just use the information and measurements that already exist? Why would I need to go off and measure everything?
Yeah. Well, he asked. Yeah. Well, I'll show you one. Just 1 second. It's right on my website. 1 second. Flat Earth proofs. Have you been to my website before?
I have not.
So this is theglobeterminator.com. Are you seeing this?
Okay, let me see.
You gotta join the live QE live.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
Yeah, can you see? This is me right here.
Yes, what are you terminating? I want to know.
I'm terminating the globe one pretender clown at a time, and you're next.
I'm not next. Instead, I will make you become a glober.
It'd be easier putting mascara on a fucking honey badger.
Okay, first of all, okay?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how it's measured. Just relax.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you how you globetards measured it as flat.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna show. Hey, how you doing?
Okay, what am I watching? What am I looking at?
What are you looking at? Do I have to explain what this is?
I'm looking at Antarctica. Continue.
You're looking at this beautiful young lady on the Bolivian salt flats. Okay? That's what you're looking at, right? You see this?
Is she on the water?
Yes, she's walking on water. That's not the point.
She's walking on water, just like Jesus.
All right. So, see if you could follow this. According to the heliocentric, sun-worshipping, spinning ball space monkey religion, every point along a tangent in every direction from your feet drops That's vertical drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh.
What's the problem?
You're gay, dude.
What's the problem?
Do you see the problem there?
No. What's the problem?
8 inches per cubical mouse.
No, not. Just relax. No, just with this statement. We didn't move down here just yet. Per cubical miles. What the hell? Are you on some ayahuasca or something?
Wait, am I looking at it right?
Yeah, right here.
That's 8 mile 2. You see the 2?
You referenced that already. 8 inches per mile squared. You have no idea what's on the screen or what he's talking about. You're a pretender clown idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's in here thinking that he's the smartest fella in the room. I guarantee you're a dumbass.
How does a cubicle square mile work on a spherical Earth?
We can't. How does underwear work on a globe-tard?
No, do you see the problem there?
Yeah, I see the problem with you.
Is...
We had enough of you. I'm not doing this. But I'll go through the rest of the proof.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll go through the rest. I'll go through the rest of the proof. So, according to the heliocentric sun-worshipping spinning ball space monkey religion, every point along a tangent in every direction from your feet drops vertical drop away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. That's their fairy tale idiot religion. We got Bursa here, topography of the Salar del Uyuni, Bolivia, from the Kinematic GPS Geophysical Journal, International Volume 172, Issue 1, pages 31 to 40. This is a geometrical flat plane because he says less than 1 meter of vertical relief over an area of 9,000 squared kilometers. Longer wavelengths than the DEM, that's the digital elevation model. You can't have elevation without a flat horizontal plane, by the way, but I digress. Correlate well with map gravity. I don't care how they got it. Suggesting a connection between broad-scale solar topography and the geoid that doesn't exist, similar to that seen over the oceans. What he's trying to tell you here is that they had as much vertical drop over this distance as they would have vertical drop over the ocean. That's what he's telling you. This is called a geometrical flat plane. You can have a myriad of topographical features on a spheretard: mountains, ridges, saddles, spurs, depressions. You know what you can't have? You can't have a geometrical flat plane. And this one is over 9,000 square kilometers. Therefore, how can ballers stage 5 cling with a kung fu death grip to their fairy tale religion that has one of its foundational tenets vertical drop? That's curvature. That's what curvature means. And yet at the same time have a flat plane with less than 1 meter vertical drop over 9,000 square kilometers. Pray tell. This is a law of non-contradiction violation. For an encore, can they reconcile married bachelors for us also? This is really simple and easy to reconcile. Ball-tard position. According to the heliocentric sun-worshipping spinning ball space monkey religion, every point along a tangent in every direction from your feet drops. That is, vertical drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared, not cubed. So, vertical drop. The study says the Salar del Uyuni, Bolivian, is the largest salt flat on Earth, exhibiting less than 1 meter of vertical relief over an area of 9,000 square kilometers. I know there's a lot of repetition here, but a lot of people have problems focusing. Pause. Why?
But you're not presenting this on YouTube right now, just letting you know.
Son of a wonderful woman. All right, let's start over. So I asked him what this one was. He didn't know what this is. It's a beautiful young lady on the Bolivian salt flats. And this is the proof on my website. It's called the Bolivian salt flats. This was done within the first week when I was out here in May 2016. This one was completed. And you're seeing it right now. You've heard it up to this point down here. So, see figure 6 for results and discussion from this article. I'm going to show this here. You know what? I'm going to show it right now. All right. This is the Geophysical Journal International. topography of the Salar del Uyuni, Bolivia from kinematic GPS. So we're going to figure, is it figure 6? I know what it looks like. And it looks like that. So, this is the distance measurement. And by the way, you can only measure kilometers. That's a linear measure. There is no kilometers or miles or inches or centimeters on a globe. So right here, this 100 kilometers, it's welcome to flat Earth. But I digress. So they got Alpha Prime.
Dear.
What?
No, I just said, oh dear.
Yeah, thanks for the color commentary. So you got a distance from Alpha Prime to Alpha, north and south along the Salar. That's 100 kilometers. Everyone got that, which is a flat Earth proof, by the way. Yeah. So it shows, like I said, it shows 100 kilometers. That's 62 miles measured north to south of the Salar with less than 1 meter of vertical drop. You can't have that on a globe chart. The spinning ball space monkey religion, over 100 kilometers, 62 miles, the vertical drop is 781 meters. The Bolivian salt flats, 100 kilometers, 62 miles, it's less than 1 meter. Where's the other 780 meters? Yeah, it's with Jimmy Hoffa. Modus tollens, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a spheroid with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then there must be a measurable 781 meters of vertical drop over every 100 kilometer section of the Earth traverse, Q. Not Q, we do not measure 781 meters of vertical drop over 100 kilometers of the Salar, therefore not P. The Earth is not a spheroid. Alice in Wonderland is more tenable than a ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. The prosecution rests simple. You live in a fairy tale, the end. That's what I told you before. This was over in 2016. I killed it with just this. It's all over. I don't have to go any further. There it is, baby. Comments, questions? That's what I thought. All right. It's pretty easy. Like I said, a second grade retard can understand that proof. And we didn't have to do anything. We just left Borsa do it for us. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Now, it looks like it turns out the main event.
Oh boy.
A black screen. This is more coherent that you're going to hear for the next 2 hours and 11 minutes. Now, I haven't listened to this at all, but I'll bet the farm. But were you ready? First, shout out to Mojo Shop. I don't know who this guy is. Like I said, I nicked this from Flatsoid's server this morning. So I don't know how this gentleman got it. From what I heard, just hearsay, it's just anecdotal, that they charge $60 to view this video. Did anyone else hear that?
Yeah, I heard that it was behind a paywall. Hold on just a second.
All right.
Running. Superchat. Superchat.
Super 1 second.
Yeah, I need it. The Adam Meekins sent, this show just ain't the same without the new host.
Yeah, I guess he could say.
It needs more heathens.
It needs more heathens is what it needs, huh? All right. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that, man. Hope your trip to Italy went well. When we doing a book, don't read out his answer unless it's a super chat, Platsy.
10-4.
All right, like I said, I got this from Flatsoids. This is Hanoi Jaren and Boy Zero Sky Grifter, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball, the debate of the century on an objective topic. So they ought to be lining up for this. $60 a pop. Jesus. We got Goober grifters everywhere. Here we go.
Okay, what is up, guys? Sorry.
What's up? Your sister's ankles.
For the delay. Everything went wrong for the first time right before this debate. So it should be interesting.
Debate. Why are you debating an objective topic? That's my first question. I bet you can't answer it coherently. None of you goobers can.
We wanted to give you guys a chance to get here. So
we're here.
This is the long-awaited debate.
Here we go again. Long-awaited. I wasn't awaiting this. I just heard about it the other day. And you can't have a debate on an objective topic category here.
That has been requested by everyone.
Did everyone? Who requested this?
I requested.
Who requested it? You did?
I sent the message to Amnesty International, UN, and U.S. government, and they decided.
You sent them to all those agencies? Okay, fair enough. Who else requested it?
It might have been me. I was telling my wife the other day I'd like to see two retards argue.
Okay. Anyone else? It has to be everyone. As soon as we find one that didn't request it, then his claim about everyone requested it is false. Platsy, did you request this?
I did not.
There you go.
Care less.
She's part of everyone. She's part of everyone. Just what? Why are you interrupting me?
Okay.
Who was interrupting me, by the way?
You don't know.
Sasha.
Sasha, take you and your train wreck mic and go on mute.
1,000 times. So here.
1,000 times. What about 997 times? Can you support that?
Here we are. Jared and I are going to be debating.
You can't be debating an objective topic. That's non sequitur category error.
Earth a globe.
It's like debating whether tree bark exists or not. How many tree bark debates have you been?
Globe. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and hand it over to the moderator, which is Sean Griffin from Keenan Context.
From what? Sean Griffin from whatever. I don't know I don't think I know him.
Kingdom in Context guy.
Kingdom in Context.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, but he also is pushing that whole Christians should follow the Jewish law from the Old Testament.
Oh, really? Interesting. Why should we do that, Sean? Why should we do that? Are you a Jew?
Sounds like a portion.
The heathens aren't definitely going to do it, right? That's what you're going to say?
We'll follow anything for a day.
Thanks, Flatsy, for the background bio.
Welcome, everyone. This is the infamous.
That's redundant. Background and bio is the same thing.
This debate is the Earth a globe? Jaron.
Is the Earth a globe?
Vanilla of Jaronism.
Jaron, Hanoi Jaron. He doesn't. This boy couldn't open up a Cracker Jack box on his own, dude.
Austin Whitsitt.
Boy Zero Sky Grifter, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. I said I wasn't going to treat your dumbass anymore for the 130 hours I already got on your lying, seething, sore-eyed ass, but I'll try not to. Don't fuck up.
Whitsitt gets it. Austin, do you have the...
Definitely doesn't get it.
The screen, it shows just you right now.
Well, for them, it shows all three of us.
Okay.
You just can't see.
So welcome, everyone. This is possibly round one of this epic.
Round one? Oh, shit.
Debate going down tonight.
Not a debate. It's category error, non sequitur.
Is the Earth a globe?
Why art thou interrupting me? Okay, then.
And I think Jaron Cabanella is going to be in the affirmative position, so he's going to go first. The format for the debate will be...
There is no debate. Category error, non sequitur. Watch it be something stupid. Like 20-minute intro, right? Full of baseless assertions and 30 minutes for Q&A. Or that's... You're a moron.
The 10-minute openings.
There we go. 10-minute 10-minute openings. Brian, do you need 10 minutes for an opening?
Oh, boy.
I don't need any opening at all. It's just get stuck into the debate. We don't need to read out super chats at the end, but it's just nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah.
7-minute rebuttals.
7-minute rebuttals?
QE, you need 7 minutes?
No. The rebuttals for what?
Followed by 30 minutes of open cross-exam between the two
open cross-examination.
interlocutors. And then we're going to...
The interlocutor.
Pause a second.
Uh-oh.
Why are they not just having open cross-examination for 2 hours?
I don't know.
Why is it only half an hour? Because that's where the two of them, Jaron and Whitsitt, would have to face off. Because asking a question and giving someone 7 minutes to come up with an answer, whatever, that's not the same thing. It's not. This is nonsense. They're trying their best to have the least amount of time to have an argument with each other. Because the two of them are frauds. They're only pretending that they're arguing.
They're Goober grifters. You have to ask Mr. Hebrew Roots about his modus operandi here. I'll bet you it was forced upon him.
Hebrew Roots.
We're going to be taking questions from the audience for a 30-minute Q&A. So be sure to hold your questions till about midway through the debate. That way they don't get lost in the abundance of questions flowing in. And
what's this idiot? Why does he always have his head down? Are you searching for that pathetic little pecker of yours again?
Jaron?
He used to never have it down. He used to never have his head down when he was not telling total and utter lies.
Exactly.
But the more lies he started telling, the further down his head got. So now he's always with his head down. Yeah,
but he's going to have his head between his ass.
He's gonna need a highly powered microscope to find that monkey. Tell you that much.
Hear your opening.
Yep, I'm gonna set my timer so I have a little clock here going.
What are you mumbling about, you goober? Mr. Rocks cause waterfalls.
And
what the hell is he doing?
He's like a fool. You need to understand.
Stop.
And we said 10 minutes. Okay.
What the hell?
We will.
I'm glad. I'm sure glad that the people are glad that they paid $60 to hear you moan.
Yeah, this is wow, $60 for this? No way.
Yeah, this is a big grift. They said part 1, right? So I'm sure there's going to be 2, 3, and 4. They want money.
Literally, right, and I don't mean this as a joke. They have to pay me $60 to sit in and watch that. To actually sit there and watch, I have to be paid $60. Because for me, from my position, with all the information that I have, that'd be such an annoyance and a waste of time. I'd have to be paid to do that. So all those who paid to watch this, you need to have a look in the mirror. A lot.
They'd have to pay us $60 to watch it.
Can you just tell me when we have like 5 minutes and then 1 minute or something?
Can you tell me in 5 minutes and 1 minute or something? Maybe something.
Can do.
Thank you much. Are we good to go?
All right, thank you much.
Yeah, I'll start the time when you start your speaking.
Sounds good. All right, so thanks everybody.
It's bound to be stupid, filled with sentence fragments and non sequiturs. We should count the fallacies. It's going to be by the metric ton.
For being here. Obviously, thanks for inviting me, Austin. Thanks for moderating, Sean. I know it was last second. Much appreciated. So, and
last second. Much appreciated.
Let me begin by saying hello to the former colleagues, friends I have.
Hello to former colleagues. What the hell is going on here?
I wish it was under better circumstances. Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood.
You're not debating anyone. This isn't a debate. You don't know what a debate is. You're a moron.
Next to in the flat earth community, Austin Whitsitt.
He's not in the flat earth community. He's in the true earth community.
We ran Summit's Globe Bus.
Good.
Sorry about this. I aired this sentiment some weeks ago when I first heard about this. And I heard Eddie Banjo airing the same sentiment on Sunday. That the main purpose of this is not just that it's a bit of a money scam. The main purpose of this is what did these two fellas outright agree upon? They outright agree that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So the whole purpose of this, from what I could gather, is just that these two guys agree, regardless if they're on, like, one is flat, one is globe, supposedly. They both agree there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So they're only propping up Will Duffy and all his nonsense. That's all this is for. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that was my original view on it, and that I stand by that.
Did I ask you what I thought the purpose of this was?
No, you didn't. I just gave an unsolicited opinion.
Heathens.
We spoke at conferences. We used a microphone and speaker at Venice Beach.
You used a microphone and a speaker all by yourself.
We claim to seek truth, and
you claim to seek truth. Why would you claim to seek truth?
The same, I thought, could be said for all of you.
All of you? Who are you?
Originally, the difference is that I actually meant it.
Oh, so all of you, whoever you are, were all not seeking truth. You're the only one that was seeking truth. You need to be institutionalized, dude. Seriously. You're a goober.
Others did as well. They've
others did what as well?
Escaped the flat Earth. We
escaped flat Earth. How can you escape a horizontal plane?
Wow.
You don't go to the beach.
Social movement.
Social. That's what this is. This is a social thing. That's not what flat Earth is. That's not what the nature of our reality is. You goober. You're not stupid.
While I might agree with the ideas of that.
I agree with the ideas of what?
Those can be done in other ways. We were here for truth and a scientific truth.
Scientific truth? What the hell is that? An experiment.
What does it matter? He doesn't agree with science.
He doesn't even know what science is. Scientific truth, that's just something you made up. You're a moron.
Once that truth is gone, that's it, game over. So I spent a decade researching, presenting.
Researching? Is that editing and splicing videos? That's what he said researching was before in the previous video.
Defending the flat Earth model.
Defending the flat Earth model. Let's see this flat Earth model. Let's see what you were defending. No? You're just making shit up, goober.
Why? Well, because I thought it was true. So
thought what was true? The flat Earth model you didn't show.
Sadder still, Austin and I both went on a trip in December.
You did. Can't wait till December. Did you spoon?
Do what we both thought was helping the flat Earth and
helping a flat Earth? No, you're two alphas. Well, you were a two alpha. Austin's still a two alpha. This is two alpha stuff.
In my mind, at least, by showing strong evidence.
In your mind, that's begging the question. That you have a mind? That's the first fallacy.
For or against it. When I encountered the real world observations that
real world observations? Like now? When you encountered them, don't we encounter them as soon as we're born? If we're not blind throughout our life?
Flat Earth can't explain.
Flat Earth, the horizontal plane is inanimate. It doesn't explain anything. You dumbass cracker! It's a reification fallacy. 2 right away.
I didn't ignore it. I tested it. I went down, took action. I went to Antarctica.
You took action. You tested it. What did you test?
Watched a 24-hour sun with my own.
Watching something is not testing it. You idiot.
Eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA. It wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun.
Oh my God.
That he got from a Microsoft whistleblower. It's not hearsay. It's a real observation.
He's got this written down. He's reading this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even think he was there 4 days. I think he was only there 3. They had to leave a day early because there was storms coming. So I think he was only there 3 days. I don't know how he watched it for 4.
Well, thanks for majoring on the minors.
Well, that's what I do sometimes.
Yeah, I got you.
Days are longer in Antarctica.
Shut up.
Aboard, despite what you hear from all the great flat Earth researchers.
Great flat Earth researchers like who? What is this about research? These people treat it like it's some black enigma. It's a mystery. No, you just go outside. Just outside, man. That's it. That's all you need to do. It's not a mystery. It's not something that we need to track down. We don't need to be super sleuths. Right there, right in front of you.
And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and
he went out in reality and found a model that predicts. Non sequitur fallacy. Platzi, you keeping up with these?
I'm not. I'm over here listening to you and practicing some guitar.
Really?
Where did he find that?
The hell up, Sasha?
I also want to ask questions.
No questions from Sasha. It's no questions from Sasha Day.
And explains.
Okay, I will make.
You're interrupting me, Sasha. Don't do it. Just relax.
Flat Earth researchers. And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and explains and matches reality.
Predicts and explains. Models don't do that. Now, scientific models, when used by scientists, don't predict. The scientists create a prediction that the experiment is either validated or invalidated. So you got this all strewn about. It's a spider web of incoherency.
Reality. Exactly.
Exactly. So you can model reality. Exactly. That's a reification fallacy at its core.
Sure as hell isn't the flat model.
Flat model, there is no flat model. That's another problem. Non sequitur again.
I thought people would be adults and we would say we were.
You thought people would be adults
when the evidence was dropped in our lap.
What evidence do you have? Scientific. It must be scientific evidence, correct? Yep. So what's the scientific evidence, Mr. Pause a second?
Sorry.
I should kick you guys out of here and I'll just do this on my own.
Well, that Flatty needs to be kicked out because all she's interested in is playing guitar.
Because it's just something I can do offhand. Like, I don't have... I'm just doing it offhand. I'm not serious.
You're not engaged. You're not engaged. Okay, Mr. Pause a second. What do you want?
Yeah. I just want to say that it's very strange that the very last thing that Will Duffy stated on his live stream from Punta Arenas, just before he got on the plane to go to Antarctica, was he said, and I quote, "We know that time zones are a problem for the globe," right? Then he went to Antarctica and supposedly they saw a 24-hour sun, right, around what they're calling an ice island, right? But that would mean that the time zones are all wrong. The ones that we've been using in reality for, since the formation of them. Because that would mean that there's 3 hours of correct local time between Sydney and Perth in Australia, not 2. Yet they've been stating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands, that there's only 2 hours of correct local time between that. I don't know, and it means it's either time zones exist and are correct, or there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I just throwing that out there. That's all.
Well, thanks a lot. It's right on topic. Appreciate that. Shut the fuck up.
And thanks to Robbie, Paul, Patricia, Austin.
Robbie, Paul, Patricia Sphere. Thanks to all them.
Austin Thompson, Alex Stein, and the others.
Alex Stein.
And there's still some more people who want to remain unnamed.
Primetime 99.
Primetime 99, Alex Stein.
There's that maybe nobody knows their names. So I'm happy at least that people can admit when they're wrong. But
they were wrong? What were they wrong about? Bitcoin scam.
But yes, for nearly a decade, I was one of the most vocal proponents of this theory about flat Earth. And
no, there's never been a theory of flat Earth. You don't know what scientific theories are. This isn't a theory. You have never been a flat earther. Yeah, I exposed your dumbass back in 2017 and got tons of videos, treatment videos on your dumbass for the past 5 years. We got the receipts. long before this fiasco of yours. The Antarctic fiasco. So you're finished. You're a goober.
And it's sad to be here.
It's sad. It is sad to be here looking and listening to your dumb ass.
I know there's a lot of people that I respect very much who are speaking at this event.
Speaking at what event? Is this an event? I thought this was... What's he talking about? Anyone know?
I don't know. Summit?
I don't know.
Oh, is that stupid ass summit? Yeah, I think it might be. What's it called? I seen trappings of this. The Ether Summit or some shit, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's up there at the top. It says etheric.
Oh, there. I'm sorry, I didn't. Shut the hell up, Flatsy.
What? Oh, sorry that I'm observant.
Yeah, I didn't see it up there. I wasn't looking up there, man. I was looking down here at this dumbass. Yeah, the etheric. These people are still talking about ethers. After the past 3 years, they're talking about ethers. Can you believe this shit? Still, they don't get the message, do they?
No, we're trying to hide the.
No, hold on. If it would have been dealt with in 20, what was that, Brian? 17 or 18?
I think it was 2018, 19, yeah.
They just don't get it. Just drag them around by their short hairs. Stuff their nose right in their dog shit over and over and over again. Embarrass them. Laugh at them. Nope. Let's have a summit. Unbelievable. It's like, it would be like the New England Patriots having a Super Bowl 20 celebration summit for winning the Super Bowl when they lost. That's what it would be like.
Who have been friends of mine for a long time. Haven't talked to them in 6 months because they abandoned.
Doesn't sound like good friends to me.
Me just like everybody else.
They abandoned you? No, you were exposed many, many years ago. They just caught on to you with the train wreck of a dumpster fire of the final excrement.
Because I went down to Antarctica and came back and told you the truth. Can you imagine?
Came back and told us the truth of Antarctica. No, we knew Antarctica.
God, this is vomit fest. This is woe is me. Shut up, Jaron.
Oh, he's playing a little victim. Oh, poor baby.
Imagine. You're all truthers, and you.
No, that's two UFOs. You're speaking to your own community, and Boy Zero Sky Grifter over here.
Turned your back on me for going.
Turn your back
on a trip and telling you the truth.
What was the truth?
So what do you think that does to my opinion of the truthers of the?
We don't give a shit about your opinions, Mr. Rocks Cause Waterfalls. We just laugh at you.
Flat Earth.
What do you want?
Please. He's having a go at people that he's calling. This is what I think of. This is what I think of the. Was he calling it the truth or community or some nonsense like that? It's like you're hanging in with a crowd of unbelievable lawyers, and you're a lawyer. So who cares what you think of anyone? Your opinion is in the bin. No, it's nothing. It will never mean anything to anyone ever again. You're nothing.
Never meant anything in the beginning.
But what separates
me? No, but I'm just saying that he's attacking people. Like he's trying to attack people, even if they're naive. I'm just saying that he's pointing fingers and he throws stones in glass houses.
Isn't this a towel? This is a poker towel. This is like a sewing circle to him. Have you forgot why you're here, dumbass cracker? It's to prove the globe tard, not your little squid relationships you have with morons. You see, we're into this social aspect, the sewing circle. What's your globe tard evidence, sphere tard? That's what we want to hear.
Community is exactly that. That
shut up.
I will follow the evidence even if it leads me.
What evidence?
Somewhere uncomfortable. I'm not here representing NASA.
Evidence leads you somewhere uncomfortable. That makes no sense.
I'm not here on behalf of any government. I'm just here on my own telling you.
You're not here on behalf of any government. Thanks. We were talking about that before the show. We said, what government is he representing? That's what we were talking about. We just didn't know, but now we know. Thanks.
The fact he's saying that makes you think he definitely is representing somebody.
Oh, brother.
My observations and what
observations? What observations?
They mean to me.
What your observations mean to you? Makes perfect sense.
Superchat.
Super observations means to him.
So Sasha sent honest earthers, pathetic earthers, drama earthers.
Yeah. This is the drama sewing circle earthers. That's hard to say. Thanks, Sasha.
QE, I go.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I'm declaring to people what I'm not all the time.
Yes.
That's what I do.
I know that's what you do. It pisses us off too, John.
Debate not about, I guess, is...
What's this debate not about? Well, number one, it's not a debate. Why would you say what it's not about? What the hell are you thinking, dude? Are you into the weeds again?
Well, just to be fair, hold on. To be fair, QE, people are in his chat accusing him of being, part of the government now. So we got to at least give him that.
I'm not giving him shit, and I'm not in the shit. Exactly right.
So my opponent, obviously, Austin. I think Austin.
Opponent? I thought this was a... What?
I gotta interrupt because somebody's package was delivered to my place and I need to take it to the right place.
Oh,
so I might be a minute.
Yeah, we know about your timings. Like, give me a second. It's 25 seconds. The minute. Be back in
I'll
about
be back.
25 minutes.
See you tomorrow.
And sharp. I think he's articulate. I think he's smart. I think he's undeniably
well, thank you.
Passionate. I used to
I am passionate.
Admire that passion, and I do.
Thank you.
But I think that the passion without precision is just no.
Passion without precision? What?
Voice.
I had to give him something for that. That was handy.
He's a fucking glue sniffer, dude.
Approach is a philosophical approach.
Well, philosophical approach. What's philosophy? I'll bet you can't define it. You're just making shit up, spurting out words you don't know the meanings of.
I believe more than it is.
Who cares what you believe, what you accept without evidence? We don't give a shit. You're a goober and a grifter, demonstrated.
Scientific.
You don't know what science is. Nothing. You've been exposed. Hello? You think we forgot about that? You think you could just respawn, right? No, you can't respawn out here, dude. You're done. You and Boy Zero Sky Grifter. It's cringe. Are you going to get to the subject? Are you going to prove you're globe tard, sphere tard? Or are we just going around and sewing circles? Sewing circles.
And here's what we can expect Austin to do tonight. At least.
Oh, he's going to predict what Boy Zero Sky Grifter's going to do.
Wow.
What's next? Barking for the yak woman? Or guessing people's weights? Maybe a pixie dust spreader for a tilt-a-whirl. You never know with this clown. Unbelievable.
At least in my opinion. He's not.
At least in his opinion. This is my opinion on what he's going to do. What? Huh? Do 7 offsuit? Much. Idiot.
I'm going to answer my questions.
Answer your questions.
Because he's going to leave us with no picture of how the world works or how it.
He's going to leave us with no picture on how the world works. What the fuck does that even mean? What does that mean? How the world? Number one, it's a pragmatic fallacy. Number two, it's incoherent. It's a nothing. It's nothingness. It's something you made up. It's something really stupid you made up. Makes no sense.
What looks or how it operates.
how it looks or operates. Nope, he's not going to provide any picture of how it looks.
No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue about how anything works.
Anything works, another pragmatic fallacy.
He won't offer any explanations since Flat Earth doesn't
offer any explanations.
Have any.
Flat Earth doesn't. Shut up.
Sorry.
Flat Earth isn't going to have any Number one, you don't know what explanations are. Number two, horizontal planes don't explain shit. They're inanimate. You dumbass cracker.
We'll instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane.
Yes. Observed, measured, navigated, and aviated, and surveyed as such.
But throughout history, we've already corrected that error.
Throughout history, you corrected the error of measurement?
I'm back, by the way.
Well, thanks for that.
The globe is a counter.
Globe is a what?
This should be good.
Yeah, let's hear that.
It's good.
We live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a
fairy tale.
Counterintuitive.
Counterintuitive what?
Suggestion. I agree with that.
A globe is a counterintuitive suggestion, Brian. Make sure you write that shit down.
I agree.
We want proof of your counterintuitive suggestion. What a fucking goober, man.
However, it is true.
However, it is true.
This is better than Glober, man.
This is right around Ken Ham. Isn't it? Who's better, Ken Ham or him for a Glober?
I'm giving it to Jaron.
Really? This is definitely Ken Ham territory.
So he also won't at any time offer a working map or model.
Working map or model? What is a working model?
But we have maps.
All maps are flat maps.
And we have working maps.
I don't know about, do they work? They're maps. They ain't doing, they're just they just sit there.
I was going.
Really?
I was going to Scotland.
Who cares?
Last week, and it's working, the map what I used.
The map's not working, you're flying, it ain't doing shit, it's just sitting there.
No, I was in car.
Oh, brother.
I was watching the map. And
Shut up!
The matches all known observations.
Matches all known observations. What the hell was that? You have a map.
I don't think.
You have a map that matches all known observations. That's non sequitur. It's stupid. It's what? Huh?
This won't explain how you can have circumpolar stars in the south.
Who can explain circumpolar stars in the... What does circumpolar mean? But you don't know what that is either.
South, seen from the continents, the three continents.
The three continents?
Oh, pause. Is he about to go into the claim that three different people, one in South Africa, one in Australia, and one in South America, can all look due south and see the same exact stars at the same exact point?
I don't know.
Yes.
Shut up.
Okay.
You don't know that.
No, the rotation of that star.
Shut the hell up.
North at 80 degrees.
You can't have north on a globetard. And that 80 degrees, you can't have azimuth on a globetard either. Those are all flat earth evidences. Welcome to flat earth, dumbass. Can't have that. You can't use that. Moron.
Seeing an inverse but identical observation today.
An inverse but identical observation to what?
That we made 6 months ago to the day.
That didn't make any sense.
Predict sunrise and sunset time.
Number one, you don't know what a prediction is. This isn't scientific. There is no sunrise or sunset on a globetard. It's rhetorical language. You don't even know your own religion. You're a goober. Okay, go. You can and make it like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I will.
Nice.
Great. Now, this is the thing. Sunrise and sunset are based off of the sun supposedly right, according to their paradigm, going down behind a globe's geometric edge that they're calling the horizon and coming up from it. Now, we all know the horizon, even within their own maths, is not geometric, right? Number one. So even they admit the horizon is just an optical phenomenon, whatever way they want to claim about it, some non-refraction that's based on it being geometric in the first place, that has no place in anything because they never saw the geometric horizon of the globe to measure, to create that mathematical one single medium non-refraction, blah, blah, blah. Point being is that the horizon is not geometric. So anything that appears to be going behind it or up from it has no bearing on anything because it's not a geometric edge. Secondly, sunrise and sunset officially are not the sun. It's what's known as the sun mirage. It only happens with the sun, it doesn't happen with the moon and the stars. I can't say for definite about the moon, but all the stars, none of the other celestial bodies outside of the moon, as I said, I don't know, never reach the horizon. They get close to it and then they appear to go off into the distance. The only one that appears to sit on the horizon or sink into or come up from behind is the sun. But it's not the sun. Officially, it's known as the sun mirage. The sun itself is claimed to not even be in that position anymore, which is why in the evening time, right, you can see a sun at your sea horizon that appears just as big and sometimes bigger than it was at noon. And it only appears to be at the horizon, which is only, for you, there's no distance to the horizon, but you could say several miles away, it looks to be that way. But if it's the same size as it was for you at noon, that would, like, how come it's not just as warm? Because it's not the sun at all. It's the sun mirage. So basically, they took what was not a geometric horizon, they claimed it was geometric, and they looked up and it was just a mirage, and they claimed it was a physical sun going down behind and coming up from behind a geometric edge that they don't have. So that's a load of rubbish. That's complete nonsense. None of that is true, none of that is real. Even officially, that's not just me just claiming it, it's officially. So that's total rubbish, right? Number two is you can't predict the cycle. Sunrise and sunset, as they're calling it, are parts of a cycle. Why would you be predicting a cycle? As Nathan has said many times, and QE has said, they use the example of at 5 minutes to 12, do you predict that in 5 minutes' time it'll be 12 o'clock? How is that a prediction? It's part of a cycle. There is no prediction. You can't. So his thing about being able to predict sunrises and sunsets with his globe, it's a heap of nonsense. How can he predict these things when it's not a prediction, it's part of a cycle? And there is no sunset or sunrise, it's just a mirage. And the horizon's not geometric. So there's nothing, he has absolutely nothing. These people have zero evidence for any of this rubbish. Most of them don't even know that they have zero evidence. That's the saddest part about it. You know, you have to actually literally sit them down, like in a big classroom, and get a big board, like on a big chalkboard, and go through it. It would take hours to go through that, what I just talked about with John Campanella. Hours it would take to sit him there and explain this to him, who he's portraying himself to be right now. I don't know if that's really John Campanella, but who he's portraying himself to be right now. It would take literally hours in a classroom, right? There'd have to be a lunch break and everything, because it would take hours before lunch and hours after the lunch, and I couldn't even guarantee at that stage, at the end of that day, after 8 hours in a classroom, I still couldn't guarantee he'd understand, based on the character he's projecting himself as right now. So I don't know what to do with these people. You know, claiming things that are to be predictions when they're just cycles, and claiming that the horizon is a geometric edge and the sun is this geometric thing that's going down behind and up from that geometric edge, when all of those things officially are not true. So I don't know what to say to the guy or anyone who wants to say similar. They just at this stage they have to be just lying. They're just lying. They even bring up a sunset or a sunrise, even with just the knowledge that the horizon is not geometric. That alone means you're being completely dishonest. To even bring up that statement as if it means something. Those days are gone, long gone, years ago. They're never coming back. So I don't know. Has that been 2 minutes?
You gotta
say something.
You got to keep going.
Okay, right.
Give me another 2 minutes.
No worries. So, what they officially state is that
or another part of this, just to add in something. A lot of what they worked out for the light spectrum, right, and the different colors, is they're trying to claim, right, we went through this last week on nations, they're trying to claim that when the sun appears to be at the horizon, and it's not the sun, it's the sun mirage, they're trying to claim because it's red, and it was white when it's above you. Most people don't realize the sun is white. I didn't know that myself for a long, long time. The sun is actually white. But when it appears orange and then appears red, that's due to wavelengths of light. Now, light is not a wave, number one. That's purely mathematical, right? Number two is if you go by what they're claiming, that would mean that the sun, what's the best way to describe this? That distance changes the temperature of the sun. But the whatever temperature the sun is, whatever that is, I don't know what it is, its distance from you doesn't change its temperature. But if you look into what they claim about it, that's literally what they're claiming. So if I take a white hot piece of metal and it stays white hot and I'm 10 foot away from it, if I walk 20 foot away from it, does that change its temperature? It might change the heat I feel from it, but it doesn't change its temperature. So when they're referring to the sun being red in the evening time at the horizon, they're literally claiming because the sun is now in their paradigm, or whatever way they want to work it, further away, well, it basically is, whatever it is, further away from you, that means it has cooled down. What about where it is then? What about where it's sitting over at that point? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it red for the person directly above? Is it directly above someone that's red in the sky because it's supposedly its distance from you determines how hot it is? The whole lot is so bad. It's all based on one pre-assumption, based on another pre-assumption, based on another pre-assumption. They have absolutely nothing when you look into it. They have no idea what the sun is either. They don't know what it is. They say it's a ball of burning helium and hydrogen plasma. You can look into what colors helium and hydrogen plasma is, and you will not. You can take those colors. Hydrogen plasma is it can be deep blue, bright red, and possibly purple. Helium plasma is magenta or purple, right? You take all those colors and mix them together, and you won't get yellow, red, orange, white. You won't get any of that, right? But yet they try and claim that there was yellow helium plasma on the sun. There is no such thing as yellow helium plasma. It doesn't exist. There's no yellow helium plasma. There is no color yellow helium plasma.
All right, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Settle down now. Settle down. Thank you.
That's some epic information. That's what that is.
Well,
Good job,
we'll
Ryan.
leave that.
Good job. I recognize.
I'll put out a friggin'. What am I thinking about? Well, we'll put out a questionnaire, and we'll ask people if they thought that was important.
Stop with flashing.
Before we move on
What's
from
wrong with me?
And go ahead.
Well, before we move on, the rhetorical device of sunset and sunrise is to describe the elevation angle change of the sun with respect to the horizontal plane.
Yep.
Just so Jaron understands that, he can use those words. If he doesn't, I would challenge him to define them.
I gotcha. I see where you're going. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you're right.
Times for every location on Earth with a flat Earth geometry, or tell us how.
What is flat Earth geometry? What is that? Isn't that just geometry? That's what I thought.
How the sun stays visible for 24 hours at a time in Antarctica, unless he invokes refraction or.
How refraction? You don't know refraction. That has nothing whatsoever to do with refraction. What's the evidence for your globe tard, sphere tard?
Reflection.
Reflection or refraction? That would be reflection. Are you fucking jumping us?
Jaron, real quick. Jaron, I paused the time for you.
Yeah, you paused the time because we're waiting for your globe tard evidence. You glue sniffing monkey.
I don't think that's why.
You said you were going.
What?
I don't think that's why.
Gonna minimize yourself? Are you trying to? Are you thinking you're showing something right now?
No, I'm not showing anything yet.
Okay.
I'll get
All right. Go.
Yeah.
I'll resume
mostly-
the time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, motor mouth, dumbass. What's the next stupid thing gonna come out of that blowhole of yours? One can only. Shut up.
Sorry.
So one of the biggest problems is that.
Oh boy. What?
I'm just saying, we didn't even get to the other numpty yet.
Thanks. We didn't know that.
So one of the biggest problems is that that I've seen.
One of the biggest problems that we got is pretender clown flat earthers, and you're right up there. But you were never a flat earther, so pretender clown two of us.
Is that the flat Earth has
become
somewhat of a cult? So why?
No. Horizontal planes are inanimate objects. It doesn't have cults. This isn't a sewing circle, you dumbass cracker. This is the nature of our reality. You need to be institutionalized, dude.
Why did I leave it? Well, I left it.
You left the horizontal plane? I don't think so.
Not because I was debunked, not because I lost a debate or because I was paid off.
Lost a debate? This is another category here. Each instance, so when you call this a debate, when it's not, you're a glue sniffer. Real goober.
Because I was got tired of fighting. I left because I did something that...
You got tired of fighting inanimate objects?
Very few in this community are willing to do. That's testing our conception of the Earth.
Testing conceptions of the Earth? Write that down, Brian. What an ass clown you are. That made no damn sense. None.
Think of what the flat Earth has brought in 10 years.
Flat Earth, the horizontal plane is an inanimate object. It's not going to bring anything. It doesn't have bad breath. It doesn't make fucking egg rolls. You're a moron.
It's been 10 years. We have brought nothing to the world.
We have. That's you? You have brought nothing to the world. I agree with that. Except stupidity and incoherency.
We have invented nothing. We have
invented nothing. What?
He's going down that road, is it? Do you remember that road some years ago? Show me something a flat earther invented. Do you remember that nonsense? Way back. It's like, what?
No.
All inventions come from flat earthers. Everyone's a flat earther.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a baseless claim anyways. He doesn't know that. What does it matter anyway?
No, it's not a baseless. It's incoherent, Flatsy.
It is incoherent because it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
No, it's incoherent, not because it doesn't matter. It's incoherent on the base that it's incoherent. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, okay. I can get behind you on that.
All right.
Just saying.
Well, then stay behind me.
have increased the knowledge of nothing.
Increase the knowledge of nothing. Nothing doesn't exist, glue sniffer. Ask your spooning boyfriend.
We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel.
We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel. Makes perfect sense.
And then got off and been like really proud of ourselves. But when you look back, you didn't go anywhere.
What? Do you do drugs? If you don't, you should start, because this is all incoherent drivel. Directionless drivel.
You didn't do anything. We didn't bring anything to the world. And there's a certain point where you need to say, hey, shouldn't we have something by now? Shouldn't we have something by now, Brian? That we brought to the world?
Well, based on off of his logic, what exactly has the globe brought to the world in the past 10 years?
The globe isn't going to bring shit either. You're falling into the trap. It's an inanimate object.
Yeah,
it ain't going to do shit.
I have no other way of addressing it. It's so bizarre. It's so ridiculous. I don't know how else to address it.
Then don't.
If I can't. But I don't know what. Like, I don't get. I thought it makes no sense. It's like he's not making an argument.
One word. One word.
Use your words.
Anthropomorphization, right?
Yes.
Anthropomorphization. Yeah.
Anthropomorphization. Yeah, it's stupid. You're trying to deal reasonably with stupidity, Brian. That's why you're verklempt.
Have something. So I tested my conception of the Earth. I went to Antarctica.
He tested his conception of the Earth. Write that down, Brian.
Witnessed the 24-hour sun. I saw it with my own eyes. It means that the South is not a lie. We'll get into it.
He went to the South. He saw the sun. That means the South is not a lie. Oh, my God. That's what he just said. Unbelievable.
I know.
It's incoherent. He needs to be institutionalized. If a whole bunch of people would come in here with white jackets on and really long 10-gauge needles, we would not be surprised. Because he's a fuckwit. And you can't have South on a globetard, idiot.
I tested my conception of the Earth, and I found out that the South is real.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
West is not a lie.
It's so silly.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a goober. I tested the conception my reception was in. Yeah, oh yeah.
That. But let's talk about the so-called research that was done around the response to the final experiment.
So you want the so-called research in response to the final non-experiment? What? Huh? That made no sense. You're a friggin' doofus, dude. Do you know that? This is belly-laughingly pathetic. A second grader would be sitting. I don't even think that they would pay any attention to your dumbass.
He's right there on the tier with T-jump.
He's T-jumping us. That's what the hell he's doing.
Yes.
Experiment. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any. No investigation, no travel, no counter.
Spoiler alert, there was no experiment. You don't know what an experiment is. You had a false dichotomy wrapped up in two affirming the consequent formological fallacies. That's all you had. You're a dumbass.
Experiments just need
you had no experiments. Even if there were experiments, you wouldn't be able to identify them because you don't know what an experiment is. Mr. Rocks Cause Waterfalls, that's already been demonstrated years ago.
Jerk denial, memes, name calling, lazy.
Name calling? This back to the sewing circle. What is your evidence for your globe tard, sphere tard? You're like a little Nancy. Yeah?
Live streams from basements with the globe and the
from basements like the one you're in right now.
Trash and Dave Weiss's app.
Big Globe Dave.
Back on a digital Ouija board.
Well, whatever he does, who really cares? He was never part of Flat Earth either. He still isn't. We going to get to a point?
Instead of being met with genuine curiosity, my trip to Antarctica, something this community has claimed that they wanted for years. This was something.
What? This he's talking about the
nobody ever.
He's talking about the true Earth community. I never wanted it. I could care less.
Something that people pushed for, wanted, said was impossible.
Really? What people? Wasn't me. You, Brian?
He's talking about him.
You, Flatsy?
That's what he was doing.
What? No.
You? Were you pushing for this?
I was not pushing. I already said this. Didn't I answer this question already?
Son of a...
We went and did it, but instead it was treated like betrayal. Why?
We treated like we... What? No, I'm not rewinding.
Right, because I didn't come back with a blurry GoPro clip.
Oh, no. It ain't going to be 1 second, that's for sure.
Well, no, it'll be short. He and those like him pushed for this and talked about it and made it into a thing. And then him and those like him went and did the thing. No one else other than him and those small few like him gave a damn. Do you know what I mean? Nobody cared. Nobody saw it as anything. But him specifically, he thought it was a big thing. So when he's saying people were looking for this, he's so focused on himself that because he was thinking it and he was saying it, that meant everyone was. That's what's going on in his head.
Why would he be thinking it anyway? Because in 2016, he was among the group of people that debunked the AE map. So why would he think that anyway? Is my
He's a
question.
retard.
My question. You got an answer?
Well, it's hard to know with Jaron because, I mean, as he is now, I can only
Come on, you're the mind reader.
Yeah, you're the mind reader. You thought he was some kind of smart guy. Let me ask you this question again. He was part of the group. Now, I'm going to make a claim. He was part of the group that debunked the AE map in 2016. He was well aware of it, him and Bob. They were with Antonio Subratz, and Nathan. They all knew it. They all knew it. I know. I heard it. In my wanderings and my passings, it came across my desk. Now I dismissed it because I thought it was fucking nothing burger. But yeah. But he was aware. The point is that Jaron was aware of it. 2016. So why?
Okay, I'll give you the truth.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'll give you the truth. The truth is, as I said earlier, I'm addressing him here now as the persona he's presenting. Right? He presents different personas and has done over the past 10 years.
Oh, he can't do that.
The truth is that I think the guy's an agent and has been from the start.
Agent?
And
he's a dumbass.
Yeah, and it was a foregone conclusion that he put together. He kept pushing for this stupid thing over the years. Then he went and did it, and it turned out to be different.
Thank the Lord.
Sorry, Brian. I thought it was a perfect opportunity. Sasha sent Vivaci. No sa come vivere, pero la vida è miracolo.
Thanks for the super chat. You can keep that friggin' language to yourself. This is a family show.
Clancy read it pretty well, though.
He did read it really well. Now, shut up. Now, he can't have different personas. That's a mental disorder, dude. You can't do that. You can't deal. I'm not dealing with 15 personalities in one person. I'm not doing it. He needs to be institutionalized. All right?
Yeah, but it's a persona, not a personality.
Well, it's different people in this idiot's mind. He's a dumbass.
Clip of an ice wall. Instead, I came back with something far more dangerous to flat.
Far more dangerous, like what?
Earth, and that's the truth.
The truth? What's the truth?
Watch the sun circle my head for 4 straight days.
Oh my God! Is that the truth? When I look up in the sky, that's what I do. I say, honey, when we're looking at the star, this is truth. That's what I do.
Wait, did he say that instead of finding an ice wall?
Who knows?
I wasn't looking for no ice wall.
Why would you?
We live streamed it. We showed angles, timestamp, shadows, sun.
You showed angles. You can't have angles, flat like elevation angles. You can't have that on a globetard. Welcome to Flat Earth, douchebag.
Spots, you name it.
Sunspots, I name it. Glue sniffers. I just named it. Did you show that?
All things that wouldn't exist as we saw them on a flat Earth.
All things that they wouldn't exist on it. That didn't make any sense. That's incoherent.
And so what do I get for that? Shill, actor, Freemason.
Oh, you got shill. You got that shit long before you went on the Final Excrement, son. At least 5 years of videos. I didn't have a channel before that. And before that, I was calling your dumb ass out. Long ago.
CGI. The usual default settings of belief systems that can't survive contact.
Belief systems. What do belief systems have to do with this topic? Nothing.
He's a sissy.
Oh, he's a half a sissy.
This has opened my eyes to what the truth community really is.
The truth community? What's the truth community? What's that? I don't know.
If this is the kind of research that they do about the
research, like the research you do in editing your videos. Remember you claimed that as research the last time, dumbass?
Antarctic trip, then think of all the things that I thought they were researching correctly before.
Think of all the things I thought they were researching. Who were you talking about? What does this mean? Other than again, half-stepping, half-jacked, poisoning the well idiot fallacy. It has no effect on anything because you're incoherent. Where's your globetard evidence, spheretard?
And it becomes a little bit like a cult when you can't question.
Here's the sewing circle stuff again.
The doctrine, you can't update the model.
This is a poster child of Deuce 7 offsuit. He doesn't have anything. So he's fucking Ann Landering us along with T-jumping at every step because he's got nothing. That's it. Just mindless drivel.
You can't accept conflicting evidence, and you...
What's the conflicting evidence?
Sure as hell can't leave, if you notice that. It's...
Can't leave? What? Leave from where?
Scientology with memes, basically.
Scientology, is that the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion? It has heliocentrism at its core, doesn't it? I'm not a Scientology expert. I'll bet you my guess is right on point, though.
So here's my evidence focus area. Number one.
Here is my evidence focus area. Number one, get ready. Brian, you got your pen out. Brian, stop eating the friggin' taters.
Yeah, I was going to say he's riding with his potatoes.
All right, here we go. Number one.
I want to remind everybody that today's date is 6 months to the day.
That's not evidence. You want to remind people of dates. Remind people of anniversary and dates is not evidence of anything, you glue-sniffing fungus muncher. Your evidence-focused horse shit. This is dumb.
That we film the 24-hour sun.
Who cares?
Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time lapse of the sun.
The time lapse? What's that? Is that like a time lapse? What's that mean?
Circling us right to left in the south.
Right to left are not objective directions, you idiot. And you can't have south on a globetard. Back to the right and left. Wow. It's going to be partly cloudy today, 76 degrees, and the winds are coming out of the right. You get it, dumbass cracker? Doubtful.
If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees north.
If we went today to Google Earth, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. Let's go, Flatsy. Let's go today to Google Earth. Oh my God.
North. We would see the exact opposite observation in the sky. Everything.
We would see the exact observation, and you can't have north on a globetard. This makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Identical. 35 degrees at its high. 50.
You can't use 35 degrees. That's an elevation angle. That is a right-angled triangle with a horizontal baseline. There are no horizontal baselines on a globetard. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
15 degrees at its low, moving left to right this.
Right to left, left to left, right to right. That they're not objective directions, glue sniffer.
Time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical?
How is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical? What the hell does that mean? What does symmetrical mean? He's clueless.
And upside down from each other.
There's symmetrical and upside down from each other. What?
One shape that could possibly be.
There's only one shape that stream of incoherent gibberish made no sense whatsoever.
It
wasn't even that. It wasn't even that.
Okay.
It wasn't even affirming the consequent. It was non sequiturs gibberish. You're trying to apply reason to this glue sniffer? It's all gibberish. That made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
And it's
well,
not
okay, you're
flat.
right.
I know.
If the Earth is flat, the South has to be a lie.
If the Earth is flat, the South has to be a lie.
What the heck, dude? It's like I want to label these fallacies, but he can't even coherently like be fallacious.
He can't
It's like an argument from incredulity, but it's not because it's incoherent, like you said.
He can't coherently be fallacious. Yeah, it's not even fallacy. It's incoherency. It's nothing. So I guess a fallacy, all non sequiturs. That was an incredibly stupid thing to say. And you can't have South on a globetard, idiot.
Period. There's no getting around.
Period. And there's no getting around that. Sunshine.
That you can't have an opposite of the North like we're taught.
Can't have an opposite of the North. You can't have North on a globetard. This is going to make no sense. You can't have opposite of the North. Go on.
And then say that the Earth is flat, but it's...
And then say the Earth is flat. That non sequitur. It's incoherent. Gibberish.
Still works that way. No.
And it still works that way. That's another thing that, along with a pragmatic fallacy, is inane gibberish.
It wouldn't work that way. So...
How does underwear work on a globetard? At least that was coherent. What?
I said that's a good one.
It is a good one.
Just to play on how they always commit that pragmatic fallacy, but just turn it around on them.
Yeah. Lead out with it.
And down there, we saw that the South was not a lie.
No, you can't go down there. You don't have down on a globetard. Nope. All you have is in and out.
Then that's pretty good evidence that the Earth is what we were taught. So
what was pretty good? Uh-oh, what happened?
So if you're unaware,
what was pretty good evidence? I missed. What was pretty good? What evidence? What? Huh?
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, you're not hearing anything now? I stopped the video.
Aware of it.
No, even when it was playing, I was just hearing you. It might be on my end, though.
Yeah, probably. Thanks.
If the Earth is flat, then the South cannot be what we were taught.
If the Earth is flat, why not? Then you can't have South on a globetard, idiot.
Therefore, if it is exactly what we were
taught,
then guess what the shape of the Earth is?
That is circular reasoning. It's fucking, you're just an idiot, dude. Always been an idiot. That made no sense.
So in December 2024, I knew the following.
Can't wait till December.
The South is either a lie or...
He knew that the South is either a lie or
we were wrong. So
or we were wrong. My God. When is this gonna end, dude? It's you're just stupid.
I decided to take a free trip to check, and throughout this debate, I will be focusing on a few.
There is no debate. You haven't been in a debate. You don't know what a debate is. It's a category error if you think this is a debate.
Main points. Each of them is a dagger in the heart of the flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model. Therefore, there can't be a dagger into its heart. And it doesn't have a heart anyway, even if it was a model.
It's the reason that I switched. It sucked.
You switched? You've never been a flat earther, son.
It's the last thing anybody wants to do. It's the worst thing I've ever had to do.
Oh, poor baby.
However, I'm a truther. So
yeah, you're a truther, all right. You can't form a coherent sentence. Let's start with the basics.
So, despite the people yelling and screaming and the people lying about me, so-called
yelling and screaming and lying, that sewing circle stuff. Where's your evidence for your globe-tard, sphere-tard? Not this Nancy sewing circle horse shit that you've been on for the past, I don't know, 8 or 9 minutes. Weak sauce, no sauce.
Truthers, Steve Falconer blocking me. You
Shut up.
Dave Weiss blocking me. No,
Big Globe Dave blocking you. I'd chalk that one up as a positive.
Contact. These people are not truthers. If they were
These people are not truthers. We don't care what these people are. We want to know your globe-tart evidence sphere, tard, that you haven't got to in your whole mindless train wreck here.
Truthers, wouldn't you want to know what Jaren has to say?
No. We know that you're an ass clown. We proved it over and over again for the last, on video, 5 years, for the last 8 years. We've shown that you're a dumbass. Well, we don't have to show it. We just let you speak, like today.
I was a flat earther for 10 years, and now he's...
You were never a flat earther. No way. Not a chance.
Flipped. Let's listen to him. Nope. Instead, you all blocked me. You all refused to listen.
What? We listen to you when we need some comedy relief, because you're a dumbass.
And because you're in an echo chamber. That's what...
Oh, because we're in an echo chamber, that's the reason that we don't want to listen to your dumbass. What is an echo chamber? And how is everyone in an echo chamber? That makes no sense.
What you've built for yourself.
Oh, no.
He must be talking for about 7 minutes now, maybe 8 minutes. And anyone else, like if I was in that position, and I hate this nonsense about having to have a 10-minute opening, okay, it's super rubbish. But if I had to have it, I would make it work for me. I wouldn't be sitting there complaining and going on about them bold globers and the way they give me bold, nasty comments and what they say about me. I couldn't give a damn. I'm going to be going through some kind of flat earth measurement. That's what I'm going to be going through. Pointing out things that the audience are going to have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Right, and my opponent will have to pay attention to. He spent the 8 minutes complaining and going on and going through all these things that he spent 10 years, there's all these straw man positions that he spent 10 years popping up just so he could then attack them 10 years later. That's what he's doing.
He couldn't attack a wet tissue paper.
Survives is if you sit in that echo chamber and repeat each other and pretend that Steve Falcon...
What echo chamber? Super echo chamber. What echo chamber? Go ahead.
Reg Joe 23 sent, let's play a game. Let's count how many sentences Jaren can finish, or let's count how many sentences make sense.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Yeah. Nice one. It's a low number. Thanks for the super chat.
Falconer's video did other than prove the globe. The South Celestial Pole is visible.
The South Celestial Pole is visible, he said. Really? I don't think so.
Visible from the south continents, it rotates.
It's visible from the south continents.
It's just like the North Celestial Pole, but
it rotates just like the North. So you think, oh my God, there's so much wrong in that one statement. You don't know what the South Celestial Pole is. It definitely doesn't rotate, and it's definitely not visible.
Clockwise instead. The south
clockwise like your left and right, and clockwise and counterclockwise are not objective directions, you glue sniffing idiot. Example. Well, it's going to be partly cloudy today, high 76 degrees. The winds are going to be coming out of the counterclockwise. You complete asshat.
South Pole itself is a geographic location.
Now we're on to the South Pole. Geographic location. Show. And then validate it with attributes of what a South Pole would be. I want to see it documented right now. Can't do that. Never will be able to do that. Evolutionists will prove evolution exists before you do that. Clown.
It's verified by directional convergence and solar angle.
Verified by directional convergence. Really? And what? Directional convergence and what?
The South Pole itself is a geographic location. It's verified by directional convergence and solar angles.
Solar elevation angles. Welcome to Flat Earth.
He's reading.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, we identified that earlier.
I mean, he's going to have to. He's going to make any coherent sentences. So
even then,
even then. But if he's going to talk off the top of his noggin, you're not going to get anything coherent. So,
welcome to Flat Earth with those solar elevation angles. By the way,
the reverse sun and moon motion easily.
The reverse sun and moon motion. What?
explained by simply saying the word sphere.
By just saying the word sphere.
He thinks an explanation is saying a word.
What the heck, dude?
I know. He's second grade retard. Second grade retards are in the corner blushing.
Tropic of Capricorn behavior curving to the left, not to
Capricorn. The Tropic of Capricorn is a concept. They don't have behaviors. You reifying retard.
the right, easily explained by saying the word sphere.
Another one. Next, easily explained. Sphere.
Is that the answer to all my problems? Just say sphere?
Just say sphere. Yeah.
He don't know to be Glober, my God.
Just say the word sphere, Sasha. It's okay.
Southern star trails, matching observations.
What? Go on. You guys won't let it go. Just leave it as it lays, man. It's so stupid all on its own. Just let it go. Just snicker and then we'll move on.
The left, not to the right, easily explained by saying the
left or not the right, easily explained by what? Sphere.
Word sphere.
There you go. Oh boy.
Southern star trails, matching observations. It only makes sense with a sphere.
Southern star trails, matching observations. That didn't make any sense.
Let me guess what the answer is. Just say sphere.
Sphere?
Pause a second. So, Southern star trails, matching observations.
There's non-sequitur.
So, yeah, it's like you observe the stars south of the equator are doing something. And it matches that you are observing it.
It doesn't match anything. You're just looking at one thing. Matching takes two.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Well, maybe if someone was watching you at the time.
I got to match my ass and his face.
Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I know.
Sphere. Southern star trails, matching observations. It only makes sense with a spherical rotating Earth.
Makes sense. Define making sense.
Appeal to incredulity.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Circumpolar stars in the south that would never work on a flat Earth.
Pragmatic fallacy.
Possible, but they work perfectly when you say the word sphere.
But if no one says the word sphere, they're not working perfectly. Idiot.
Sunrise and sunset, left to right.
You don't have sunrise and sunset, and left to right are not objective directions.
Right. Setting and rising.
Setting and rising is sunrise and sunset. That's rhetorical language, dumbass.
Predictable, unexplainable.
Oh my God. What?
Well, I said pause before.
No, you didn't. What?
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. What?
Yes, I did. I was saying it.
No, you didn't.
But I was saying it. Maybe you had a hearing.
No, you didn't.
Just say it. Just say it.
He hasn't referenced the Earth, it says, not one time. Not once has he referenced the actual Earth he's on. Not once. He's referencing this thing and complaining about this and the Polaris bit or those bold flat earthers, blah, blah, blah. And
just
the stars and the sun that. Yeah, just say sphere. Yeah.
What's that? Didn't you hear him? He said just say sphere.
Sunrise and sunset, left to right, setting and rising. Predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox.
Predicted on a globe. By who?
Paradox on flat Earth.
Paradox, super paradox. You can't even say it.
Misfit FB 850 sent, wink Dorothy, just click your heels and say there's no place like sphere.
He is reading the Glober claims, man.
Just say sphere, man. Shit.
And rising. Predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox on flat Earth.
Paradox, really? Idiot.
The apparent fake second refracted something.
Apparent fake second refracted. What is this trail of incoherent gibberish? Let's get the whole thing.
Superchat.
Super incoherent gibberish.
Willie Nanny sent, why has no one commented on that god-awful hat? I mean, because there's so many glaringly god-awful things going on that is the least of our worries.
Yeah. Good one, though. Thanks for the super chat, fellas.
And a paradox on
Paradox.
The apparent fake second refracted something cop-out sun.
Cop-out sun? What is he on about now, fucking glue snuffer?
Is basically the only out that the flat Earth has is to introduce
that the flat Earth doesn't have any outs. It's inanimate, horizontal plane. Doesn't have outs. Idiot.
Apparent suns, second suns, third suns.
That's globetard rhetoric. Apparent suns are globetard rhetorics.
Reflected suns, even though that's not how the world works.
That's not how it works. How do you know how the world works? Another pragmatic fallacy. You don't know your own globetard religion, son.
So my final thoughts is...
your final thoughts begging the question fallacy. That you have thoughts.
You missed it. He said second son, third son. I don't know why, but he said it.
Austin, I know you too want the truth. So
Austin, I know you too want the truth. He's reading this. He actually put pen to paper on this absolute inane string of gibberish.
Maybe he knows himself well enough to know it wouldn't have made much more sense if he said it off the top of the noggin.
You think that he wrote that?
He's right. He's reading, like you said. He's reading it. He's reading this whole thing, dude.
Yeah, but no, John.
Can I throw in some TFE trivia?
No.
You don't write that.
Hey, listen to Brian. He goes, all right.
So being that we saw the same thing, I think it's time that we figure out how you can see differently than I do now.
How does he see differently than you? Well, y'all have the Grifter glasses on, so you ain't seeing anything differently.
If the globe accounts for every single observation that we...
If the globe how can the globe account for observations? I thought eyes do. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, they only see in... Sorry. They only see in followers, subscribers, and dollar signs.
Yep.
And the flat Earth
observations?
Shut up!
For every single observation that we saw on the trip, and the flat Earth didn't account for any.
Yeah, you saw on the trip. You got in a plane. As soon as you entered that plane and it took off, welcome to flat Earth. You dumbass cracker.
Yeah.
It failed. It was just...
Then they were measuring elevation angles.
Yep.
It was falsified.
It failed. It falsified. It's done. It's an error. What is?
I have to ask you, Austin, why you would remain in the camp that has nothing.
That has nothing. Nothing can't exist. That's his camp.
And is that still you being a truther?
Oh, boy.
But at the end of the day, I have something that he does not.
But at the end of the day, you're retarded. It didn't change from the beginning of the day. As soon as you woke up, you were a retard. And at the end of the day, when you fell asleep, you're retarded. Nothing's changed.
Not really. It's an explanation that actually works.
Explanation that works? What's an explanation that works? Another pragmatic fallacy, and he doesn't know what explanations are.
So to the audience, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just ask you to think.
No, fuck you.
To test, to observe,
test, observe. I've been observing long before you've been here, dumbass.
Just discount me outright. Listen.
Well, we didn't discount you outright. We listened to the horse shit over that 10 years. About 8 years ago, we said, this is horse shit. That's what happened.
Learn and take it in.
Learn. You couldn't teach the bionic woman hearing if you chained to her back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Moron. Fur.
And then go and do your own observations.
Go and do your own observations. Everyone that can see goes and does their own observations every single waking moment of the day. Idiot.
Evidence tonight that...
Evidence? We haven't heard any evidence just yet. And you're rounding out.
You can do on your own. You don't need NASA. You don't need authority. You can figure out by...
You don't need NASA or authority. Yeah, that's right. You just walk outside. Walk to the beach. Observe the horizon greater than 1.22 miles away, and it's all over.
And then just say sphere.
What the shape?
He can just say sphere. Not us.
Yeah, I was sorry.
And we were wrong. It's okay. Guess what? I'm a truth seeker. I told you guys.
You're a truth seeker. You should be a complete sentence seeker.
We were looking for the shape of the Earth.
Sorry a second. Can I just throw something out there?
Sorry a second. No, you've been sorry for a long time.
And I remain so. Yeah, he says he's a truth seeker. Well, that's interesting, because when he got to Antarctica, he claimed that they had to move from the base camp where all the tents are near the mountain to a different location to take the observations, because they were so close to the mountain that every time the sun circles around, that it goes behind the mountain for 2 to 3 hours a day, right? Over that claimed 24-hour period. Now, he also said when he got back to that camp after leaving the observation camp, when they did the whole thing and Dave McKeegan's video came out, blah, 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 that he was happy to be back where there was food and there was a tent to sleep in and there was showers, all this kind of stuff. But it gets really cold for those 2 to 3 hours when the sun goes behind the mountain. Then, right, Will Duffy comes out with footage that's taken from that camp that's next to the mountain of the sun not going behind the mountain. So he's a truth seeker. He can't even tell you the truth about what he's supposedly seeing.
Oh, boy.
Let's move on.
That was the trivia I wanted to get in.
I knew you'd try to get that shit in there. Don't do it again.
Thank you.
Let's be honest.
Thank you, you dumbass. Not you, Brian.
All right, you are muted.
Yep.
So I'm trying to make sure we're right here. So it's rebuttals right now. Do I do my opening right now or my rebuttal?
Not sure.
You do your opening now, and then you guys will do your rebuttals, starting with Jaren.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let me replace. Okay, cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer here.
Okay, yeah, just let me know.
I get a shout out every time Witsit says electric.
Okay.
When I'm getting close or whatever, and it's cool.
Yeah, I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this anyway. All right. Okay, cool. All right, so yes, Jaren and I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and
not a debate. You've never been in a debate, and you don't debate objective topics. It's oxymoronic.
So I'm just going to have to do what we do in debates. So
do what you do in debates, but you've never been in a debate, so you're not going to do anything that you did.
I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal, period.
What?
But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really...
What South Pole?
Simple.
Can I insert something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that he has actually been in debates because he's gone into the realm of politics. So subjective topics.
Oh, he has
debated.
Okay,
yes.
If he's gone into subjective topics, then yes, he has debated. Then yeah, that's true. Not in flat Earth. Nothing involved with flat Earth. He's never been in a debate.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
An illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent, and in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be
yeah, that's a fallacy. You got it. That's good.
A globe. That's called an appeal to incredulity.
No, it's a logical fallacy. It's affirming the consequent.
Meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true.
Well, Secondarily, it could be that, yes, but primarily, that's an affirming the consequent you just went through.
And this is a very dangerous fallacy, right? This, if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression. So that's like my core issue with it is the people I have seen flip when I ask them, they're just articulating to me that they don't understand how it could work on a flat Earth. And that kind of leads into the next part, right? Which is that they shift the burden that I would say that the globe holds over to me or a flat earther.
No, globers are anti-flat earther holds. Globes don't hold anything.
Right, shifting the burden of proof, which is the person that challenges or denies your positive assertion, you're asking them to prove that it isn't true. So yes, it is correct. I will say that the flat earth is the default position because it is. I think Jaron is going to be honest, more honest than most people, right? So when we typically...
You think? That means that he's going to be lying more.
Debate this conversation.
You know, it's funny because Jaron's opening, he was like, Witset's going to not address this, and he's going to say this, and he's going to do that. And then his opening, he's trying to be like, well, Jaron's going to be honest, and blah, blah, blah. You know, so it's so funny.
It's cringe.
Well, I would imagine he would acknowledge that. The default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. He said that we figured it out over time, that we've been able to replace it. Like we can discuss that, right? But the default position is that the Earth is stationary. The default position is that the Earth is a topographical plane. We utilize it as such, like for almost everything that we do. For transportation, for civil engineering, we actually build that way. We fly planes that way. Like we have to utilize it as a plane. We actually measure elevation vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal baseline that is
everything you said is correct so far. Good job.
Sea level, the horizontal datum, and it goes on and on. There are many evidences that we live on a plane, but it is the default position. Therefore, just logically speaking, to claim that the antithesis of that is true, right? The opposite of that, it has the burden of proof. I don't really think that Jaron is denying that. I think he's saying that he thinks it's been satisfied, but the only issue is that if you didn't go to satisfy that burden, it cannot be an articulation of an
Super chat.
He said it so loud. I didn't expect that. Anyways, Tony Whitcomb sent, no company has ever stated, come to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun in December to January would be a moneymaker for the globe proof, but actually not a moneymaker in reality.
Listen to Tony spitting out. Thanks for the super chat, Tony.
You sent the
build incredulity because you don't understand how.
Yeah, wait, he's on point. He's got it.
I could work on a flat Earth. It can't be, well, if I assume that Earth's a globe, this makes perfect sense. It makes more sense to me than whatever I would think of a flat Earth. I had reified a model prior to this, and therefore, since it doesn't work with the reification of my prior model, it can't be flat. It must be globe.
Very true. You're right on it. Yep. You got it.
Absolutely.
These are just fallacious, and this is the very issue that's got us into this free falling through an infinite vacuum infinitely at 66,600 miles per hour nonsense that we currently were told is true. This is the very line of reasoning that got us into the ever-expanding Copernican model that people believe to be true. Now, I don't know Jaron's specific position now. I don't know if he's a geocentrist or not, et cetera, but we're talking specifically more about the shape. Is it a globe is the question. So I'm going to list off some evidences. I just want to make that very clear that, like, on its face, a stationary topographical plane is the default position based on empirical evidence. The antithesis of that would be that it's actually a globe, that it's a sphere, that the Earth is bending convexly at a certain rate, and therefore it has the burden of proof. And if you point to the sky and say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequence.
Yeah, exactly.
Shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question, and more importantly, it's just an appeal to incredulity. That's what it is. So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat. It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter, and they throw their hands up, and I can understand even Jaron's frustration with that.
It doesn't matter. Not to the shape of the Earth, it doesn't matter. In context with the shape of the Earth, not that it doesn't matter in within all contexts. That'd be stupid.
Because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always.
Good.
Yeah, I just want to back of that. Yeah, it doesn't matter in the context of the geometry of the world.
Yes, that's what
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So it needs. I'll just join in on what you said. It needs context.
Yep.
So that's not correct.
Yeah, he wasn't. the implication was that everyone's saying that the sky doesn't matter. No, we're saying that the sky doesn't matter with regards to the geometric shape of the Earth. The sky doesn't fucking matter. But I know what he's trying to smooth in. I don't know what's motivating him. So
hey, don't anticipate.
I ain't anticipating. I'm evaluating what he just said.
Yeah, you were. You were just about to.
No, I wasn't. I'm not anticipating. I'm assessing what he just said, glue sniffers. You used the wrong. Anticipation was the wrong word.
I'm going to use that from now on.
Try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate. Right. So we look at the preponderance of evidence. We have to stay.
Pause a second.
Consistent.
Preponderance of evidence. What? Go ahead.
Sorry, he just said. I have to losing it a bit. Someone might refresh it. He just said that it doesn't mean we don't have to answer things about that or something. Unless I make a claim about what the sun is, what it's composed of, and how it does what it does, I don't have to answer anything about it. If I state, I don't know what that thing is, I don't know what it's composed of, and I don't know how it does what it does, I don't have to answer any questions.
That's right.
But he's given, what he said there, maybe I'm wrong, gave the impression that we do have to address this. Like, why do we have to address it?
We don't.
I don't know.
It's irrelevant. It's non sequitur.
Yeah.
And we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says, and then we go and test it, and we see what the
empirical evidence. This is too vague, and I don't think you know what empirical means. Shout out to Adam.
Answer is we don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers that we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something.
Explanations are utterly worthless without demonstration or scientific validation. Another word for an explanation without any of those is called a just so story. Look that phrase up.
That we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars, say.
Yeah, if you take elevation angle measurements to stars, welcome to flat Earth.
From the ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens.
No mountains, no occultation. As soon as you obtain an elevation angle, any elevation angle, welcome to flat Earth, period. End of story.
Happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time.
Doesn't matter. You're going way past your constraints. All it is, elevation angle, over.
Time measurement. As soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry.
No, you needed planar geometry to get the angle in the first place.
Is perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star.
There is no flat Earth prediction. You don't know.
He knows this. Why is he not saying it right out front? He knows what you just said. He knows that.
All right. I don't know why he's not.
Pause a second.
It's been paused for a few seconds.
Yeah, I just saying it. So, because when I try and say pause a second, you always go and press play and then have to say it again.
It's perfect. Then, as the globe, it would be.
There's no predictions or anything like that. Like if Stellarium are saying that at that time from that position you will get this angle, right, and it matches the angle you're actually getting, that only means that Stellarium are treating the Earth as flat and referencing reality. Yep. That's all it means.
Yep.
Yes.
Be an entirely different position, many degrees different, and the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted.
Refraction? How could they claim refraction? Every time I hear that in gravity, I hear Ducal Slopelgerts. So if they claim Ducal Slopelgerts, they're going to have to define ducal Slopelgertz and its interaction with what their claim is. So you don't know what refraction is, do you, Austin? Nope.
Volted prior to the measure.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry about this. Yeah, I have to say it, right? To be coming across very clear. And if he kept going like he was before this point, you'd be like, wow, this guy's really a really good representation of it.
Yep.
But now he's getting into the realm of being an enabler, kind of like James Tour. I'm not saying with the same intent. I reckon his intent is obviously different from James Tour, but the same enabling. You're handing them things, enabling them.
Yep.
So when you say refraction, talking about viewing things through air, a single medium, then when you're referring to refraction there, you're instantly getting into giving them something they don't have. You know, now, and even he's talking about the mountain, everything he's doing here is like, just go to the elevation angle and the GP of that. That's it, it's over.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Your reference space sea level, you know, those kind of things.
Yep.
Well, I was going to say it's only, I guess, natural for people who need this conversation to keep going to profit off of it to enable the opponent's position. So that's why they do that.
You're a conspirator, man.
No, I understand.
That's not a conspiracy. That's apparent.
Go Garrett, yeah.
He's almost one of us, Brian.
So refraction can't even be applicable.
Wait. Shut up. Listen to what he says, how he finishes it up.
Star has already been occulted prior to the measurement, so refraction can't even be applicable.
Well, no, you didn't save yourself. Refraction wasn't applicable in the first place. You don't know what refraction is. That's the problem. I don't know how that's
Hold on a second.
I wasn't done yet. I don't know how that's possible since I've been teaching on refraction for close to 9.5 years now. How is that possible that you don't know what it is? And you've heard me educating Globers on it. It's in the hundreds of times. How could you say that? No, I don't know. Go ahead. What was your comment?
Yeah, what I was going to say is what he's referencing is celestial refraction. Now, celestial refraction, right, is such a joke because that's just an attempt at a refraction that doesn't exist, right? But what he doesn't realize is in astronomy and celestial navigation, the very things that would use these elevation angles, when it gets to the point to finally apply them, right, they pre-assume it's vernal equinox. And at vernal equinox, mathematically, the tilt of their plane globe is taken away. Their equatorial plane is treated as if it's a much huger flat plane because it supposedly extends out into the supposed celestial plane, right? All dip corrections and blah, blah, blah are taken away. The adjacent of the elevation angle is basically, or they say is at sea level or mean sea level, and the claimed celestial refraction, the single medium non-refraction that doesn't exist, is completely removed. So why even address that heap of rubbish? Not only is it not refraction, but they remove it at the end of the process.
Yes, it's in the tables, right?
Yeah.
What tables?
Exactly.
What the site reduction tables?
Site reduction, yeah, but site reduction removes, site reduction removes claimed celestial refraction and removes all dip correction nonsense.
Yep.
And you know why they do it? Not for you, but for the audience, for accuracy.
Yep.
It makes it more accurate. Unbelievable.
Did everyone listen to that? What Brian just said, he's right on it. So it went further than, because he didn't know what, Austin doesn't know what refraction is. He's given him refraction. I don't know why. But what Brian said is right on point. The site reduction tables eliminate all that horseshit.
Yeah, I'd just like to say before we go on. Sorry, I thought you were.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Good.
Yeah, I just want to say before we go on. Whitsitt has always been very, very good at articulating himself. Now, he uses a lot of fancy words, stats, art and stuff in, and I'm not saying he always makes sense, but he's very good at articulating himself when he applies it and uses a bit of honesty. The only difference between me and him, the only reason I ever had any edge over him was because I stayed being honest. If he stayed being honest, I wouldn't be able to keep up with him. He'd be too good.
Okay. Well, thank you for that admission.
So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measure was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with.
No, there's no predictions. Predictions are hypotheses, and there was no hypotheses in this.
Flat Earth doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work.
Refraction doesn't have anything to do with this topic. If you would have brought up soggy Cracker Jack boxes, it would have been more relevant.
Up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jaron experienced, only he went the other way. Right. So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually.
Oh shit, Flatsy.
Shout out to Flatsy.
What does linear mean, Austin?
Have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines.
Horizontal field lines. Really?
Yeah. I
Joe.
don't know. Like,
And
yeah,
where's
for
this
real.
where's the electrical field coming from? Show the electrical field. I want a measurement, and I want to see these horizontal electric field lines. We want to see that. Put it up on your screen back here and go through it step by step. Not that it means anything. I just want you to support your claims. Get in that habit.
Of the electrical field. This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially.
On a sphere, all you have to do is say sphere. Then you listen to them.
Away from the center, but that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue. It's an impossibility on a sphere, right? So what typically happens, I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got a few more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jaron's approach. Like, I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking, he's not. I was there.
Don't defend douchebag over here. You have no responsibility for that. What you have responsibility for is to demonstrate you were doing a good job there for a couple seconds about giving your evidences for a flat Earth. Now, it was a little bit muddled, but stay on that topic. Get some more flat Earth evidences, okay? Not sew and circle horseshit.
I am in no way going to attack Jaron's character in terms of if I.
You should. He has none.
Think that he believes this, or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take.
Who cares what he feels? We ain't into feelsies.
Shots and attacks to do it. So that aside, because that doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying.
Yes, that's what you shouldn't have even brought it up.
Trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is
can't have south on a globetard.
Seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun and it circled around us and it didn't go down. So then to claim that that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say if the Earth's a sphere.
Oh, here comes affirming the consequent formological fallacy I spoke about before. You remember the ones that we gave you like 30 seconds after the ignorant crayon muncher Duffy put out his final excrement? Yeah, this was squared away long ago. Stop messaging, messenger.
In the winter, when I go to Antarctica, the sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky, does a circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe.
That's an affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
A textbook affirming the consequent.
Well, you got that right.
Textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday, therefore Sasquatch is real.
That's a good one.
To apply that type of logic, it is an an infinite regression, you would never find.
No, it's just a logical fallacy. It's not an infinite regression. Just an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. That means that argument is summarily void.
Truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical evidence, and we could list them off, and it's endless, right? Just again,
doesn't have to be endless. Just one. All it takes is one evidence, and it's all over.
The base empirical position, the default position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the?
There he goes. He's on it again. No, not accurate elevation angle measurements. How you're even making elevation angle measurements. You can't do that on a globe. You can't have a curved baseline. That's it. So you're close, but you're just not there yet.
In the center of a continent, if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea, that's thousands of miles away. We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure a vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is
it doesn't have to be the center of a continent. Where'd that come from? I don't know.
It's that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle.
It's not a prediction.
To that star once it's occulted by the mountain.
It's a measurement.
It matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain. You can draw a straight line from observer.
Well, he's going somewhere else. Is he going to that one? Yeah. Remember we reviewed that train wreck about the star being occulted? He's back to this again.
To top of the mountain to star, and it perfectly matches an angle down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry.
Well, it would have to match a horizontal baseline because you couldn't get the angle without it. You don't need anything more.
Where it's significantly different on a globe. But yeah.
No. It's not significantly different. If you were on a globe, you couldn't get the angle. Game, set, match. It's over.
That the star's not where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is.
You can't invoke refraction. Why would you invoke it to begin with? Are you an enabler? You need to find out what refraction is, son. I don't know how long you've been out here and you don't know what refraction is. My word. It's like a brain surgeon not knowing what a cerebellum is.
1 minute.
So I will say, basically, what always happens is people say, well, then how would this work, this work, this work, this work? And if I don't get my answers, then you lose.
Now you're going into, like, I don't know, some garbled gibberish about what others' concepts would be. Just stick with the flat earth proofs.
Earth's a globe, as if we are to grant them the presupposition of a model that they have reified.
A model, they don't have a model. They don't have a model to reify. But you're enabling, you're giving it to them because you don't know what a model is either.
It's not how it works logically. So yes, in conclusion, the Earth default position is as a stationary topographical plane. The burden of proof is on the other side and needs to prove it. And when there's direct geometric refutations to that claim, they cannot be hand waved because there's another celestial observation that you think is better explained by that model that was just refuted.
By that model that they didn't have. You can't refute something that never existed.
Right. We can't actually skip over to that part. So that is very simply my position. And I think that it's based on the logical parameters of how we actually examine the discussion in the first place. So.
And time. Cool. All right. Thank you, Austin. All right, gentlemen. The next part of the debate is the rebuttals.
There says no debate.
And so we're going to afford Jaron 7 minutes to rebut.
7 minutes.
To what he just heard.
So this is just me presenting myself. Okay.
No. You need to rebut. I don't know how you'd have to wrote them down. There was only a couple of them. Elevation angles.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, mainly he talked about elevation angles, mainly. And it requires a horizontal baseline. If we could distill all that he said over that amount of minutes, that's what he said. So what are you going to do about that?
Okay, gotcha. It's not asking questions. That'll be okay. Gotcha.
You're just going to respond to what Austin said.
Okay, thanks.
Let me add you to the full screen. All right, you're good.
Okay, so the issue I have there is that the way Austin's describing it, he's saying that if
describing what?
Nobody can explain how something works, well, it doesn't mean it's...
Nobody can explain how something works. That's not what he said.
It's not true, but we would never get to the truth if that were the case. If the case...
Makes perfect sense. Goodness, you're a moron.
Where that anything could be true, even if it doesn't have any explanation, doesn't explain anything.
What? Doesn't explain anything, just vague horse shit, nonsensical horse shit.
But somebody just says, well, I think it's true, because that's basically what
I think it's true. That's what he was talking about. Elevation angle measurements, glue sniffer. Adderall, get the Adderall drip out.
Saying is that if we have different ideas on the shape of the Earth.
No, it's not different ideas. It's elevation angles. He wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, but that's because Witsit didn't lay it down.
Yeah, he laid
break
it down.
from saying it's a measurement, Kieran. Measurement.
Yeah, well, he could have stressed it a little bit more, but he did lay it down. I caught it.
He's saying it doesn't make a difference if one of them makes all the predictions and the other one...
No, that's not what he said.
...makes none, because simply because you don't know how it works doesn't mean it's false.
Simply because you know how it works. What are you talking about?
Oh, then that would be true for anything. So I think we live on a dog.
So that'll be true for anything. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
And then you might say, well, that wouldn't work. How could we live on a dog? And I'd say, well...
Holy shit, man. How can we live on a dog? Really? Is this where we're at?
Yeah, only fleas can live on a dog, so I understand where he's coming from.
Shut up.
Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true.
No, he understood how it worked. He showed you well, he didn't show you. He said elevation angles. Period.
So, I mean, we could do that forever. We
can do that. Elevation angles. It wouldn't go on forever. I would say, what is an elevation angle? And then you wouldn't know what it was, and then I would tell you, and then I would put it in Braille and shove it up your ass. That's what would happen. And show that you'd fail third grade intro to geometry. That's what would happen.
Live on anything then. I mean, you have a group of things that you look at, and then you
have a group of things that you look at, really.
Find out which one better matches the observations. Now,
which one matches the observations? But you're looking at it. So to match the observations, you would need another thing. You dumbass cracker. That made no sense. It's non sequitur. You're stupid.
For me, the flat Earth better matches observations when you're talking.
The flat Earth better matches observations. Oh my God.
About the Earth looks flat. It operates and appears flat. And everything we do is with the flat Earth.
Well, welcome to flat Earth.
Because no matter where you're at, it's flat.
So no matter where anyone's at, it's flat. That means collectively that the Earth is a horizontal plane. You follow that logic, dumb fuck? You are so stupid. You don't even realize you're train wrecking yourself because you're too stupid to recognize it.
So you can treat the Earth completely and totally like it's a flat plane, and that's how you best.
Well, there you go. Welcome to flat Earth.
Best do it when you're flying a plane, when you're.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Building a bridge, when you're.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Building a canal.
Welcome to flat Earth.
If you took the curvature of the Earth into account, it would.
What curvature? Do you even know what curvature is? I'll guarantee he doesn't.
Wouldn't make any sense because where we build is level. So we use.
There you go. So if everyone's building where they live, then it's all level. Horizontal. Flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
The spirit level where we're at, and that is a level plane where it is.
There you go. And wherever anyone else is, it's flat and it's a level plane. And if everyone does it, it's all flat, level plane. Welcome to flat Earth. You dumbass.
Yes, down the road that way or that way are not quite still level with where.
It's not quite. It's still a sentence fragment. Yeah, because other people would be down the road, and you said those other people would be flat to them. Now you're contradicting yourself.
Where you're at, but that's not needed in any walk of life. We don't ever look down the way and say,
well, who asked if it was needed in any walk of life?
Oh, how do we line up with that?
How do we line up with what?
Just build a canal. We just build a bridge. We just build
a canal, build the bridge. Yeah, all flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
We're at. We use a spirit level. And
welcome to flat Earth.
And that's how it works on a sphere.
That's how it works on a sphere.
I love a good non sequitur conclusion. You can't beat that.
You think you get that bias? You fucking ass clown, you. God, are you stupid? I mean, I've met and I've talked to and conversed with and texted back with many people in my life. You are in clearly the top 3 dumbest people I've ever come in contact with. I mean, you're clearly a dumb fuck. No doubt about it. That was a nice little try right there.
You said that, I guess where I was confused, if all observations match predictions.
No, he didn't say that. There are no predictions here.
Then that's where you live.
If all observations match predictions, that's where you live. Great googly moogly, sir.
So I don't know how to better explain this. Is that if
you didn't explain it in the first time, to do it better this time. And that wasn't an explanation, it was a description, you dumbass.
If you're given a map of your apartment complex.
Oh boy. How about a map of Home Depot?
And you're asking, hey, where's the laundry room? And they say, here's the map. And outside of your door, they show a pool, but there's no pool in front of you.
What the fuck?
You can then at that point take the map back to the office and say this map is incorrect because it doesn't match observations. So we have a map like that. It's called the AE map. And it
that you debunked, or part of the group that debunked in 2016. Did you forget about that? This is all documented, dude. Are you trying to rewrite history? Playing dumb fuck. I know you're not playing. You're busted. It's all over. Technically what?
Can I say something?
No.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say something anyway. A couple of small points. The sun has absolutely nothing to do with any map. Right? Even the AE or Gleason's map, regardless, well, the Gleason's projection, I should say, or calculator. Why I say that is the sun's position is only deemed from Earth to be a latitude, but the latitude system is not derived from the sun. It's derived from Polaris. Because the sun is moving around, right? Now you can, if you understand the sun cycle, you can use it for latitude, but that latitude has to be put in place prior to the sun. So anyone thinking that they're debunking a map via observations to the sun are in a complete category.
Yes.
That's number one.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with the swimming pool out of his apartment complex?
Yeah. Well, number two, he's saying that he debunked with this this observation debunked the aim. No, technically, it would support it because it's in opposition to time zones. So like what his claimed observation in Antarctica is in opposition to time zones.
Yeah, that's too much.
Because it would place.
You're going off. You're going off the reservation here.
Well, I'm not going off the reservation because you know that I know what I'm talking about.
Well, you're going off the reservation with the odd. Just stay with what he says.
It's hard to stay with that.
I know it is.
Okay, say what he said. He said it's flat.
Yes. Thanks.
It no longer matches the observations. Therefore, you can take.
Now, to match the observations, you would need at a minimum of 2 different observations. You only have your observations. That's just one. There are no matches. The only match we got here is my ass and your face.
Take it back to the office and say, hey, this map doesn't work anymore. And then you can take the globe and you can say, well, how about this one?
You can take the globe and how about this one for your apartment complex? Show a globe map. That's what we want to see. Good luck.
And Austin mentioned going down to 80 degrees and seeing
80 degrees. Is that temperature? It's definitely not azimuth because you're not getting the azimuths on a globetard, idiot. And if it's elevation angle, it wouldn't be elevation angle. He's talking about azimuths.
Punta Arenas and blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but
blah, blah, blah. That's why we love you. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD like. Is that blah, blah, blah going to be in your white paper technical paper?
that doesn't mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, what?
That doesn't what?
What it points out is that every single location that you or I have ever been to, and I dare say every single location that anybody watching this debate has been to.
It's not a debate.
Matches the observations given to us by mapping the Earth on a sphere.
Mapping the Earth on a sphere? How do you do that? Let's see the sphere map. It ain't going to happen, folks, because it doesn't exist. It's moronic.
It does not match any flat plane, doesn't match.
But yeah, because it doesn't exist. It's not going to match anything.
Any cylinder or pyramid, it matches a sphere. The Earth is a map.
It matches, what matches a sphere? The sphere-tard map. That doesn't exist. Unbelievable.
On a sphere, you can call any of your friends, no matter where they live, and ask them, hey, can you go check and see if the sunrise, sunset...
Sunrise or sunset again. He's not dealing with what... we'll get back to you in a second, John. He's not dealing with what's it said? Elevation angles, douchebag. Go ahead, John.
Well, you just said that all the stuff is mapped on a sphere. No, it's not. That's
I know.
Objectively false. What the hell's wrong with him?
He's just making shit up. What's wrong with him? I don't know. You're gonna need a couple hours and a really long legal pad.
Report to this model and this prediction, and
there is no model or predictions. You're a dumbass. You're in a contextual error.
Answer every single time will be yes.
The answer every single time will be you're a fucking moron.
Have Google Earth, which has never been disproven by one person.
Never been disproven by one person. Google Earth. Is that a map? Is Google Earth a fucking map?
No, it's not. But it has been contested by the boys to be wrong many times.
Yeah, we did it years ago with the elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny, by the way. So it has by a single person. Yes, I did it. Well, Nathan was with me. We had a good time with it.
Person doesn't get the angles of the sunrise and sunset wrong.
There is no sunrise and sunset. And you don't have any elevation angles on a globe. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It gets them right, and it's based.
It gets them. No, it doesn't get them right. The person that's taking the elevation angle measurement gets it right because he's taking the elevation angle measurement off a horizontal plane. Because you can't take it off a globe because the adjacent can't be curved. You dumbass cracker. How many times does this have to be explained to you? You'd fail intro to third grade geometry. Period.
Based on a sphere model.
It's not a sphere model. There is no sphere model, and it wouldn't be based on it, even if it did exist. Ass hat.
You talked about the celestial theodolite, but
yes. Oh, that's what it was. Remember that, Brian and John, the celestial theodolite, the one that was occulting the star and shit. That's what it was. I forgot what they called it. Yep.
Yeah. That's what I thought he was referencing.
Yeah.
But you need stellarium to even talk about it. So
no, you don't. You need elevation angles to even talk about it. How do you get an elevation angle off a curve? Go ahead, John.
Stellarium uses a horizontal plane of reference to describe the angle relationships of the stars to the observer from a particular point. I don't know why he's appealing to that.
Well, because welcome to Flat Earth, Jaron douchebag.
So again, now you're using a globe Earth spherical system.
Really? That's not what John said. John said stellarium uses a horizontal reference plane. He's right, too, because you're not getting any angles off it. You just made that up. You're a fucking liar.
Pause a second. What he actually said was that you're using a globe Earth spherical system. What he's really referring to is you're using basically a celestial dome and points, basically the curve that you're creating in that sky via that mathematical paradigm of a celestial dome, and it's all based off of a flat plane.
Yep.
You're then pre-assuming is the Earth you're making the measurement from.
Yeah.
So you're creating a curve in the sky that doesn't exist. Then you're creating a curve.
Yeah.
So two non-existent curves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Off a flat plane.
He's got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. He's a dumbass.
In order to tell me that the Earth is flat by using the numbers that the sphere system gives you?
No, the sphere system didn't give you any numbers, you dumbass.
I'm not even going to go down that road.
Yeah, you wouldn't go down that road because you can't go down that road. You don't know where the road is.
Seems to be preposterous on its face.
Preposterous on its face. Thanks for the color commentary. You're a dumbass, ignorant, dumb fuck.
Electrical field on the Earth? I don't know.
Oh, boy.
I don't know what you mean by linear distribution. You mean that it's, I guess I don't know what you mean. It goes.
Where's this electric field at?
Yeah, what he's getting ready to appeal to is magnetic lines of flux that they supposedly get for their compasses, but compasses must be leveled to the horizontal planet reference.
That's true.
So that you can get north.
Well, yeah, that's true, but I still want to know where the electrical field comes from and show the electrical field, but he's on Witsit. Witsit brought it up, so at least he's dealing with it.
Goes up in a linear fashion, I guess is what you mean. So I don't know why that wouldn't work.
Go up in a linear fashion. Define linear.
Work on a sphere, as I said.
You can't go up on a sphere tard either. There is no up and down on a sphere. There's only in and out. Up is in relation to mean sea level, as is depression or down.
Wherever you're at is level. So therefore, above my
wherever you're at is level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
My head would be a linear progression of
linear. I don't think you know what linear means.
Electrical field doesn't make a difference if the Earth's a sphere because it doesn't matter for where I'm at.
It doesn't matter from where I'm at. But an amazing debunking.
You said we went south. We had a giant sheet of ice.
I can't go south on a globe tard. John was just talking about that.
Yeah, we did, but you have to remember we saw the sun south of us, and that
don't have south on a globe. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Refutes any flat Earth that's ever.
What? It refutes any flat Earth that's ever been flat Earth?
Existed and will ever.
That's ever existed. What? Do you think flat Earth exists everywhere? I don't know. That was really stupid. Who knows?
That's the thing that people don't realize about this flat Earth. There'll never.
What don't we realize about the horizontal plane?
Be another map.
There'll never be another map. All maps are flat Earth maps. They're all flat.
For the rest of your life, not for the rest of your.
Oh, God. Now we're going into hyperbole. Shout out to McBooger Eater.
Children's lives. There is no other way to map the Earth on a flat plane other than the AE map. That's it.
Other than the AE, did you hear that? There is no other way to map the Earth as a flat map other than the AE map. You glue sniffing idiot.
I can't believe he said that.
Well, yeah, I know, because he's a moron. He's just making shit up. He's a glue sniffer.
Did he not claim earlier?
What?
Sorry. Did he not claim earlier to have debunked that?
Debunked what? Yeah.
The AE map.
Yeah.
And now he's saying that's the only map that you can map the Earth as correctly.
Yeah. That means glob.
I don't know what he's on about.
He's a moron is what he's on about.
And once the AE map has been falsified,
once the AE map has been falsified, well, that map was falsified by you. You were a contributor. It was mainly Antonio Subrats and Nathan and a whole bunch of other people that were helping him that lived all over the plane. But you were involved, and so was Bob, Globebuster Bob. So that was you knew it was debunked in 2016. That instant back in 2016, you knew it was debunked. Why did it take you so long to be a glober?
We're done. It's time to get out. You can go back.
It was time to get out in 2016 then. Why didn't you get out then?
To the drawing board if you want and play around.
Go back. Why wouldn't we need to go back to the drawing board, glue sniffer? You're compromised. It's all over for you. That's how easy it is. Just listen to the dumbass words that come out of that blowhole. Yeah, you compromise yourself every statement.
I did that for 6 months and realized that's it. There's no more.
You did it for 6 months back in 2016.
If the sun circles in Antarctica, then it matches all observations of the sphere.
It matches all observations of the sphere? Really? That's dumbass. That's begging the question. You're assuming the Earth is a sphere and the observations match. So you would have to have 2 or more observations of the same thing to get a match. And you would already had to have had validated the sphere in your observations to say that it matches. You dumb fuck.
Pause a second.
Also, go ahead, Brian.
No, you go, John. I go after.
I was going to say the description of circling overhead is with respect to a plane of reference. What do you think you're going to prove? It's insane.
Well, meet Jaron, Hanoi Jaron, the dumb fuck. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, well, he said it matches all globe observations. Where are these globe observations? He only stated earlier that every time we reference the Earth, we're treating it as a horizontal plane.
Yep.
He said for everything. So where are the globe observations he's talking about? It matches all the globe observations. What are a globe? Sure, where is? We've yet to see one of them.
Yep.
That's why we exist, because they don't. Simple as.
Well, thank you, Brian. Very well said.
And that's what it did. And the
and that's what did.
You said about the consequent, where I'm
affirming the consequent. No, it's affirming the consequent, not firming it.
Confused on that is haven't you said before?
What a glue sniffer, dude.
Or Nathan Oakley and many people.
Oh shit! Nathan
we got to
Oakley.
mention.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley got to mention. Let's roll back on this. Is Nathan out there in chat? He's talking about you again. You're a problem. You know why?
He's firming the consequent.
He's firming the consequent with Nathan, because Nathan's a problem.
He's getting ready to fluff the antecedent.
Go ahead, Flatsy. You had to say something.
So not from what I can tell. I don't think he's out here.
All right, appreciate it.
And it matches all observations of the sphere, and that's what it did. And the you said about the firming the consequent. Where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified.
Firming the consequent. Nathan said the R value has been, no, the R value wasn't falsified. The R value has never been gotten. That's the problem.
That the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say, if the Earth is a sphere of blankety.
Yeah, well, we have to take your story. Not your story, but your religion. The tenets of your religion is that the Earth is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles. Yes, we do that. We have to do that because that is your story that we're debunking. Do you follow that? Probably not.
Blankety blank. And
right. Blankety blank. Really? Oh, God.
And then it's distance to the horizon is 1.2.
And the distance to the right. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. 1 point. Let's see if he gets this right. Let's go back before blankety blank. I hear black swan.
The consequent. Where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified, that the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say, if the Earth is a sphere of blankety blank. And right, and then it's distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of, right. Then the Earth's, so then they're doing the same thing. So
no, dumb fuck. That's modus tollens, not firming the consequent. You idiot jackass.
Rufio.
Now
He's a jackass, man.
Pause just a second.
Yeah.
Good one, Flashy. He was unwilling to lay out what he obviously knew. He could have laid that out to the audience, but he decided not to. He could have laid out the whole of that modus ponens, because I know he knows it. Whether he understands it or not, or people say he does or doesn't understand it, it doesn't matter. He knows it. Because the one part, when he said 1.22 times the square root of the blah, 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 that means he knows. That's the part that a lot of people wouldn't get if they just had a surface listening to it. But when you've actually looked at it and heard it enough times, you can lay the whole thing out. He can lay all that out. He chose not to. He chose not to lay that out to the audience, because he knows if he lays that out to the audience, anyone who didn't hear that is going to go, hang on a minute. That makes a lot of sense. He didn't want to do it. Kind of like, what's his name? From Answers in Genesis, when he put off the bottom of the photo.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, yeah, same thing, hiding it. Yeah.
Dipshit Danny cut off the bottom of the image. Yeah.
Yes, with all the information. He's also unwilling to get the information. Hiding the information.
This clown thinks firming the consequent is a modus tollens. He's a dumbass.
Number one evidence of the flat Earth.
It's one of the number one evidence. We have a lot of number ones now.
That you guys use, the black swan, is an affirmative.
Ah, there you go. He thinks, now he said it correctly, he thinks the black swan modus tollens is affirming the consequent.
And the consequent, you just said that.
I think he has some problems understanding logic.
That's what I think. He's confused a tacit acceptance to assert a modus tollens with the blind obedience of affirming the consequent.
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference. He thinks they're the same. He's a moron. He's a moron at a fundamental level. Good.
Sorry, he needs to do a 6-week night course on the term implication. That's obviously the word he doesn't understand.
Yeah, he also needs probably a 3-year course on logic and a separate 3-year course on the antithesis logical fallacies. He doesn't know.
6 years and a night course.
Yeah, that was a really. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth, and you just exposed yourself again as a dumbass.
If it's not, then why can't somebody say, if the Earth is a
if it's not what?
Here, and the sun does this, then we would see.
And the sun does this, because that's an affirmative consequent form of logical fallacy, whereas the black swan is a modus tollens. That's why, you dumb fuck.
See this in the south, and we see that, therefore the Earth's a sphere. If that's not allowed.
What? If that's not allowed.
Then neither is saying that.
Then neither is, because mine's not allowed, you're not allowed.
The horizon is a little bit higher.
Horizon, you can't have horizon on a globetard. By the way.
Than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did.
Oh shit, Bo! I haven't heard his name in a while.
That observation says that he went out there every day for 6 months.
Did Bo say he went out there every day for 6 months?
I don't think so, but he often did a lot of observations there.
Okay, let's see where he's going with this.
And then he.
But it'd still be irrelevant to the logic if he did it for 20 years and that was the only black swan he got.
Yeah,
it's
let's see where let's see how he train wrecks himself with this. Because you never know. He's a glue sniffer. You never know where he's going to go.
Guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months.
I know how he's
and then.
Shut up! Mr. Futuristic Mind Reader, I'm trying to get to it.
All right.
The horizon is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way,
the horizon is a little bit higher, huh? Yeah, it's floating up in the sky, you dumbass cracker.
Hey, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months. and then he saw that observation. So now the flat Earth is using a 1 day out of 6 months.
Wow. Can I?
Oh my God, you are so fucking stupid. Okay, what he's saying is, Bo went out there every day and observed white swans every single day. But on this one occasion, a black swan was in their midst. Therefore, you can't use that because that was an anomaly. White swans, therefore, white swans only exist. That's exactly what he just said, ladies and gentlemen.
He actually, it shows a couple of things. First of all, it shows his dishonesty because he said that the horizon appeared higher. No, it appeared further than the oil rigs.
Yep.
No one talked about how high or low the horizon was. We're talking about its position in relation to the oil rigs and the beach and whatever else, number one. Number two, their rebuttal to that is that it was refracted because there's always a claimed single medium non-refraction at play at least 7/6 of the radius and greater, never less than 7/6, which means that technically, what they're claiming is every single horizon is not the geometric leading edge of a globe.
Yes.
So not only does he not understand the black swan, and he just tried to say, never mind that black swan, all swans are white, never mind that other one that wasn't. Not only does he not understand that, and he doesn't understand the observation, or he tries to pretend he did. He also doesn't understand the claims of the paradigm he's in.
Yep. Well, thank you. I just wanted to stress that. Let's go over that again. According to Jaron, you can go out there for 6 months. Your claim is all swans are white, and all you see are white swans for 6 months. But on 6 months and 1 day, a black swan is observed in the midst of the white swans. Therefore, that is an anomaly because you only seen it once. Therefore, all swans are still white. Is that what that
you can wreck him?
Idiot just said?
Yeah, but you can wreck him every way to Sunday because can he show us one of the observations of those 6 months that the horizon was at 1.22 miles?
That's true, but you're missing my point.
No, I wasn't missing your point. I was saying that you could come at him from that angle too.
No, I just have to come from my angle, and he's a laughingstock. That's what.
Can I just make the point? Sorry, I thought you were on the press play. Go on, I'll wait for you to finish.
No, I wasn't playing. Good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry. I am genuinely sorry. I did think I said.
Oh, shut up and get on with it.
Well, what you were referring to, Flaxy, is something I referred to in the past, is that the real black swan would be a globe's leading geometric edge. That would be the real black swan. If you base it on what their claim is, the real black swan will be seeing their globe's geometric edge. Because every horizon is a white swan, because every one of them within their paradigm is claimed to not be geometric. So an actual geometric globe's horizon will be the black swan.
Trying to ruin my simple train wreck of his position like a dumbass. You guys you're dedicated to going off on other truths, but you're missing the elephant in the room. What he just said. Follow?
I apologize because I accused John of that earlier, and now I'm doing it. I'm a hypocrite.
Let's listen to this glue sniffer train wreck himself again.
The horizon is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. But by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months, and then he saw that observation. So now the flat Earth is using a 1 day out of 6 months observation, and going.
The flat earthers are using that one black swan that he observed.
Going around telling people that that's proof that the Earth has been falsified.
That's proof that the black swans exist.
That's a joke.
No, your logic is a joke. You're a fucking moron, dude. At a fundamental level. We're talking pre-K level, dude. You train. I can't believe you did that to yourself. Good on you. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way. You dumbass cracker.
It's a literal joke that we would ever think an anomaly.
No, you're a literal moron.
Meaning that one day out of, what would that be, 180?
One day out of 180. Did he go out there every day for 6 months? I don't think so. Even if he did, you're going to train wreck yourself again. Here we go.
Has an observation that makes the Earth flat, and so we're going to go around telling people that the globe Earth has been falsified because of
because of that black swan. We're going to go around telling people that black swans do exist. That's what we're going to do. Why? Well, we observe the black swan. That's the rate limiting step, and it train wrecks your whole fucking train wreck spiel here. I'm glad you did this. Thank you very much.
An anomaly. That's crazy.
Anomaly.
So I think if you have different ideas about the shape of the Earth, which we did, again, I thought that the South was a lie. I thought that
he thought the South was a lie. People, you can't have South on a globe tard. Sunshine.
Were lying about the southern 24-hour sun. I thought they were
the southern 20. You can't have South on a globe.
Lying about what happens south of the 60. That's why I thought they had the
south of the 60. 60 what? 60 what? Just 60?
Parallel.
Treaty. And
Parallel.
Guess what? I was wrong. When we go down there, we saw that the angles match perfectly in Punta Arenas.
What angles?
Angles? Can't have angles on a globe, Todd.
Nope. If you think so, you'd fail intro to third grade geometry. Discussion topic: attributes of triangles.
Had the sun going right to left, again, people need to consider.
Right to left aren't objective directions, you moron. I already exposed you.
For this, if you're on a flat Earth and you're at the south of South America, how is
if you're on the flat Earth and you're South America,
the sun going left? How is the sun going?
How is the sun going left and right? I already did this before. The weather forecast for today, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a great day out there. 76 degrees, partly cloudy. The winds are going to be coming out of the left at 15.
The south. Guess what? There's a model that says.
There's a model that says. Now models speak and shit. Can we see this model?
Yeah, I want to see the model.
I want to see it speak.
Sun will go left. The sun goes south.
The sun will go left. The model says, model, what do you say the sun does? It's gonna go left.
Go left. I say go left.
You guys are so funny.
That goes around the bottom of
the
earth.
You can't have left. You can't have left on a globe either.
Uh-oh. I know that voice.
Oh, that was sunny.
Yep. 'Tis I.
You know, I'm at
Good
war.
to have you, Sonny.
You know, I'm at war with you guys.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. All right.
I'll be sorry.
There's a ceasefire. I forgot.
I'll be sorry in the royal sense. I like that term.
All right. There's a ceasefire right now because there's a messenger that's supposed to come to me, so you're okay for now. There's a ceasefire. All right? You're good.
All right.
All right.
South of east.
Noble.
And that's exactly.
That's mighty white of me, isn't it?
That's what we say around here. It's pretty funny that you said that.
Mighty white of you.
I got the pitchforks and the torches.
Oh shit!
I don't think Sonny was aware that there was a war. Were you aware of that?
Well, yeah, because you sent the email, the DM to me, and it wasn't addressed to me. So I got, yeah.
What do you mean it wasn't?
Crucify him.
What do you mean it wasn't addressed to you? If I sent it to you, it was addressed to you.
No, it was sent to me, but it was addressed to somebody else.
Oh, I sent you the overall declaration of war statement.
I guess that's what it was.
Yeah, that's okay. I hear you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair point.
No worries. I wondered what was going on. I wasn't sure if you were becoming senile or what was happening.
No, you just lack.
No, actually, it's the other way around.
Could be.
No, it's
I'm the senior. I'm the senior boomer, so that could be.
okay. Well, there's a ceasefire for now. We're not at war with you. I'm not at war with you right now. You're good.
Thank
The
you.
Glober provides a, and again, I'll fully admit 100%. The globe is counterintuitive. But
yeah, we already wrote that. Brian wrote that down. It's a counterintuitive suggestion. I remember what you said that. Okay.
So is bugs in your tummy. So
are bugs in my tummy.
What the frick? Oh my gosh. This is the guy who said that rocks causes waterfalls, so let's just keep that in mind.
Oh, shit. We off the reservation here, love. Out here, there be monsters.
are a lot of things that we realize now are true. Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach, and you're going to see little.
Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach? What the? What?
He's all over the place.
Little swimming creatures. Now, you don't feel like they're in.
There's some swimming creatures in there in the bile, huh?
In there, but they are. So the globe Earth is the same. You may feel like you're.
The globe Earth is the same. You go find the glober and pull some of the bile out of his stomach and
flat. We may feel like there is no curvature. However, we just don't.
We feel like there is no curvature. How do you feel that there is no curvature?
When there is none.
He's about to say we just don't understand.
No, it's not that we feel like there's no curvature or we feel like it's flat. We measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane with vertical heights and drops above and below that horizontal plane. It's not about feeling, it's about what is.
And with linear distance.
Exactly. Good job. Nicely done. That was very concise.
Understand large spheres. A sphere can be.
Understand large spheres.
So big, 24,000.
The biggie, it's so biggie. This large.
Back on this?
Yeah, the larger. Let's go back. The large sphere is so big. The large sphere is so biggie.
But they are. So the globe Earth is the same. You may feel like the Earth's flat. We may feel like there is no curvature. However, we just don't understand large spheres. A sphere can be so big, 24,901 miles in circumference, that you can't tell that it's curved because we're too.
How long has Jaron been talking, or is it just because we keep, like pointing out all the dumb things he's saying?
I haven't been keeping track. Well, what?
Well, I'm sure any long haul or even short term commercial flight would surely, or any flight, even a Cessna, would surely give you some indication of this sphere. You know what I mean? It can't not.
No.
But as he said himself earlier, no, they just fly flat. Everything's flat. Everything's horizontal. Yeah, everything's flat.
Everything's, yeah.
It's a globe.
How can we not understand large spheres if everything's flat, like you said there, Hanoi? There is no better truth than this word behind that dumbass head of yours. Unplugged. You've been unplugged for many, many years.
Too small. That's
Earth is too small? What?
How the Earth is a sphere and how it.
That's how the Earth is a sphere. How is the Earth a sphere?
Is kind of beautifully created because you.
It's beautifully created now. Oh.
You don't have to treat it like it's a sphere. It actually does.
Yeah, we don't have to treat it like it's a sphere, but it's a sphere. That's how we understand it, that it's a sphere, but you don't treat it like that.
Good job. Matter to your life. If you want to be a flat earther,
it doesn't matter to your life.
It's fine, but get out of scientific studies. Get out of
scientific studies? What?
He already sacrificed his science acumen on the second grade retard altar.
Yeah, that's true.
Scientific debates.
Scientific debates now. What's the debate going to be on? What's a hypothesis? What an ass clown this guy
you don't have the
is.
kind of evidence to go up against a globe. You have to better present the world than the globe.
You have to better present the world
Does, and
as the globe does. So globes now present the world? Can we see that? Let's see the globe present the world. Idiot.
The flat Earth can't explain anything.
Well, the flat Earth is an inanimate horizontal plane. It's not going to say or explain anything. You don't even know what explanations are. Even if it did, you wouldn't understand it.
So that's basically it. Get my time?
It's just my time. What a glue sniffer.
And time.
That was classic, dude. Can we do that again? Daddy, do it again.
You know what's funny? I have to say it. When Whitset is talking, the time flies. Right? When he's talking there and you're listening to him, the time actually flies. When you're listening to Jaron, like for Whitset, 10 minutes feels like 3 minutes. For Jaron, 10 minutes feels like 45 minutes.
That's because we keep pausing to point out all the dumb stuff he says. And Brian is one that likes to pause a lot.
No shit. Pause a second.
Oh, right. So I'm getting the blame. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Pause a second. Pause a second. Stop. Pause. Yeah.
Is it one thing, two things, or three things, Brian?
Just give me a second. Next 25 minutes later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaron, for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Jaron, for not rebutting anything.
This is Austin. You have 7 minutes.
It was awesome, Hebrews. Mr. Roots guy.
As your rebuttal. I'll start the timer when you begin.
What's your rebuttal to his rebuttal? To his non-rebuttal?
And talking.
All right, cool.
Cool.
All right, so to rebut your opener and kind of some of the stuff you said right there, I'm just going to list off kind of what's wrong with these arguments.
Kind of, or are you going to do it?
I was going to say that.
So
you missed it. Too late. I got it.
We have, again, like I described actually earlier, we have shifting the burden of proof. That's when you make a positive claim. If someone challenges or denies your positive claim, you then tell them they have to prove it. Meaning, if we challenge or deny your claim that the reason that we see that the sun's up in the sky doing a circle for 24 hours is actually because we're tilted antipodal to someone on the other side of this presupposed globe. That actually the sun is 93 million miles away and there's an empty vacuum between us. And therefore, because all of the stars are at such immense distances that we don't ever see them, and that perspective doesn't actually affect where we see them. Even
No, he can't appeal to perspective. You can't have perspective on a globe-tard. The perspective, he can't appeal to that. You're giving it to him. You're an enabler.
though it moves just as if it would.
Sorry, a second.
Go ahead.
On the globe, no, but not terrestrially, but celestially, they do have perspective.
You're giving them perspective. All right, I see what you're saying. I don't think you should give it to them at all. If it's not terrestrially, then they can't appeal to it celestially. What?
I don't want to give it to them.
Does perspective take the day off, celestially speaking?
Well, yeah, terrestrially, it takes. Terrestrially, it doesn't exist. There is no angular size change. Right, so the thing in the distance, the object, the mountain, whatever, that didn't change in angular size at distance. But the star directly above you, that has changed in angular size due to being at a big distance from you. So it only works in one direction for them, in the sky, but not on the ground.
Well, how can they appeal to perspective when they know what the medium is on terrestrially? But then they can appeal to perspective celestially when they have no friggin' clue in reality. Answer that.
Yeah, I know. It makes sense out of it. You can't.
No, I can't. And you're not giving it to him. I just took it away.
Okay.
Be because of perspective like everywhere else. And then about 5 more presuppositions. And
I think I'm right.
No, you're right. Within their paradigm, they're making certain claims, but because what you pointed out there of what they don't know, they can't make any claims about perspective.
Yes.
Celestially, yeah.
Yeah, they can't even admit to. How would they even know what perspective was? To go ahead and implicate it in celestially. Follow?
Exactly. Yeah, because if you don't see it terrestrially, why would you be expecting to see it celestially?
You wouldn't even know what you're
Another good
seeing.
point.
You wouldn't have no idea what perspective was. Maybe the word. Follow? This is some deep stuff right now, folks. If it's gone over your head, don't worry about it.
The word wouldn't exist at all.
Are you saying
word wouldn't
that?
exist.
Are you saying that perspective is always described with respect to a plane of reference or within a Cartesian plane?
No.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But well, I'd have to think about that.
Well, if you can't have it on a globe, what else can you have it on?
Listen, we're going off the rails a little bit. Let's continue. It's going to take us 18 years to get done with this anyway. But it's a good point, John.
Good points. We should talk about that.
Let's talk about it some other time.
You actually require these presuppositions to claim that geometric position of you on the globe is why you see the sun do that. So you list all of those off and then say, if that's not the case, which most of the people defending the globe, they just expect this to be granted. They very conveniently omit that it requires that many presuppositions to even then affirm the consequent that viewing the sun is that way. Right? You have to view all of those, you have to claim all of those presuppositions and reify them, presuppose them, and then affirm the consequent to address the idea that we're doing the same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the geometric physical horizon is at 1.22.
No, can be no further than. He doesn't know the argument either.
He's going too fast.
Yeah, he's going too fast. He probably does know it, but that's a crucial part of the argument. The horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's a very important part that you skipped. Let's listen to it again.
The same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was
is a modus tollens. You could have just said that and then it would have been over, but okay.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the geometric physical horizon is at 1.225 times the square.
No, can be no further. I know I stopped it again. I'm sorry.
Square root of the observer's height in feet. It is not. So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That is a falsification of a positive claim, as opposed to affirming the.
That is a modus tollens.
Consequent, which is if the Earth's a sphere, we'll see the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent, making a positive claim, presupposing the actual thing in question, and then just affirm it because of the outcome, like the actual observation itself, right? So as if to exclude any alternative possibility. This is why it's logically fallacious, right? Yep. And then, of course, like the straw man of like, it could be a dog. No, the position specifically is that
it could be a dog. You got any dags? We need a dag. Got any dags?
Physically, empirically measure the surface. We utilize the surface to actually be a topographical plane. And then I listed off specific reasons why we have to utilize it to be a plane in the first place. And we can talk more about the positive evidence. I want to just specifically rebut these things. So we have shifting the burden of proof, affirming the consequent. Your whole opening really was like poisoning the well as well, right?
Correct. Yep, we got it. He finally got back to that. Yeah, he got back to that.
I like it. Well,
huh?
Good.
Yep. Good job. Way to get back to that, because that's exactly what happened.
Kind of like a hasty generalization, because there certainly are some people that act that way within the idea of flat Earth. Hasty generalization fallacy, to put them all together. Then kind of a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not a hasty generalization; it's a stereotype.
Right, to describe what we all are, right? And then a genetic fallacy, because those people are like that, anything coming from them must not be true. And then
okay.
And these are all these fallacies are packed into one, and then you use that to poison the well the entire.
Yep, that's exactly what he did. Good job. Yep, that's what he did. Glue snuffer. Yeah.
Time, right? Which is incredibly fallacious, and there were lots of ad homs in there, and then a lot of people that are not here, and I'm not going to answer for what they did or didn't say. I do also know, like in good faith, I'll acknowledge that there's obviously a lot of context and history kind of leading up to this debate, and
yeah, it's not a sewing circle. So let's get beyond that, okay?
What a sad one, Jaron. You did say that you tested it and tried to explain it for 6 months, and then you decided, well, really, right when we got back, you started saying that the Earth was a globe. It wasn't that you
really, when you got back.
Good
tested
one.
it for alternatives.
Really, right when you got back.
We gotta give him credit for that.
You lying piece, not you, Austin. That lying piece of shit over there, Jaron. Hanoi, shocking surprise.
Okay.
It's sort of a white, it's still a lie though.
There you go, 6 months before. So
he keeps on emphasizing six months before.
Okay, and then begging the question, it's kind of the same thing as from the consequence, just an informal, right? And then it was
it's an informal logical fallacy, not just informal logical fallacy. Yes.
Out of kind of an appeal to an emotion, right? It's really kind of irrelevant how these people acted. They all turned on me as well, arguably more. And this is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy.
Ah, that's correct. It's a false dichotomy.
Nice.
Yes. Yep, you got it. Well, we told you that 30 seconds after the glue sniffer Will Duffy came out with his horse shit. Only took us 30. I did it in less than 30 seconds.
Dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives. And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe. It's a false dichotomy fallacy. And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually...
There are no models.
Said the opposite for a very long time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So I will say all of these claimed evidences, they require, I wish I knew the time. All of these claimed evidences, time? Can
you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very perplexed about, because we have all sat here and
I'm perplexed too.
We've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're approaching this as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all. I am suspending belief, wiping the board clean and be like, okay, what can be empirically validated? I'm not going to presuppose things. Again, let's just stick with the 24-hour sun. To say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener. You stated the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just saying that we saw it, therefore we proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not really how it wasn't, or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly work on the alternative. It matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms the consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere, we're going to claim that all the stars in the sky are infinite distances away, so far away that when we move across the surface of the Earth and it looks like they drop down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world. And when we see a plane...
they can't appeal to perspective terrestrially. We've just been over that.
Fly away from us and it goes down, right? And it comes close to us and it goes up. Perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle.
Well, they can't even appeal to it to begin with. That's higher level. I don't expect you to know that.
Which is, no, actually, the sky is the one exception. The stars is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but it isn't because of perspective. And then to make that, so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. This is why they've changed the distance so many times and kept pushing it back. Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume that they're...
No, how do they know that the stars are that? I don't even know why we're here, but since we're here. No, they would have to validate the distance to the said stars.
With measurements.
Yeah, they'd have to be measured.
Is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum, so you could even see.
How can there be a near perfect vacuum and you guys still breathing without violating Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion?
1 minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically changing direction. It makes the perspective look as if it would if we were on a horizontal plane, but it's not perspective, and therefore we see the sun where it is. And you have to assume the distance, pretty much assume the 93 million miles as well. So that's my main issue with this, is that before we even get to affirming the consequent, we have to, presuppose like 7 or 8 things. And that's kind of my rebuttal. I listed off all the fallacies. I won't list them back. I don't think I have a full enough time, but the big ones of argument from incredulity, an appeal to ignorance. You have shifting the burden of proof. You have begging the question, appeal to pity or emotion, false dilemma, slippery slope, strawman fallacy, affirmative.
Holy shit, man.
I've just had my opinion of Witsit lifted up.
Yo, I was going to say the same thing. We can't. He did really good today.
Yeah, he did.
Hold on, though.
It's not bad.
Hold on. He can't just list off a bunch of fallacies without demonstrating.
Yeah,
what they
that's
are,
correct.
though.
That was my objection. Yes, correct. The fallacies that he did explain, he was good, but now he's adding on to that list to lengthen it.
What I would say about him is that he's good at detailing things, but then he gets carried away with himself and he starts trying to make things more complicated than they need to be. Look who's saying it.
That reminds me of somebody else.
And he puts himself in, I would consider him in a bad position. But maybe that's on purpose. I don't know. The guy he's not someone you can trust.
Consequent ad homs, hasty generalizations, reification fallacies, and that's the issue. Is that every single one of the arguments I've heard so far have literally been a textbook fallacy. So we can get into specifics going forward.
I think it'd be good.
And time. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for your rebuttals. And I think I want to announce to the audience right now, go ahead and start submitting your questions to the Q&A.
Oh, now we got audience questions. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Really? 5:06, it's coming up on dinner time. What to do? Think about it.
It'd be good to hear a couple of their questions, wouldn't it? The audience's questions.
That's what I'm thinking.
You want to hear a couple of them?
Maybe just a couple. Like
okay.
I understand you have to eat at some time, and it can't go on forever.
All right, let me check on dinner. Give me a minute, and I'll be back, and then we'll do a couple questions. Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm just gonna say one thing. He did really good. I mean, he could have did better, yes, but compared to what he's been spewing, this ain't bad.
Well, it's what he's addressing. But he's addressing the geometry of the situation up to a point, and he's addressing logical fallacy. He's good. Like, I mean, I never take that away from him, that he's not good. When he's good, he's really good. But the problem is, as I said earlier, he starts, like, he didn't stick to just the basic, straight, bread and butter elevation angle argument. He started bringing in other elements that are only going to enable the opposition, whoever, even if it's Jeremy, whoever he's against. Do you know what I mean? So that's his problem. When he sticks to what he should do, and he has a clear head, it's hard to keep up with it. But you can't trust him. So it doesn't matter how good he is, he can't be trusted. That's the problem.
Yeah, if he would have just stuck to the measurements, he could have nailed Jeremy right to the wall and said, no, you ain't moving anywhere. How do you get an elevation angle from your ball and then go into the whole elevation angle and all your measurements, and he can't go anywhere?
See, the thing about it is right now in this debate here, he's doing himself a service as he's going to draw in flat earthers who are a bit more forgiving than the likes of me, right? And maybe a little bit more naive, right? I know he can be good when he needs to be good, but I also know he's willing to be dishonest when he needs to be dishonest, when he's put in a position where his arguments are failing, right? Or when he needs to give the audience an impression of something, like he did when he was in Antarctica, right? So he's willing to be dishonest. And so no matter how good he is, he doesn't have my trust. I can't speak for anyone else.
No, all we could do is judge him on video at a time. As he comes out, we judge his performance right here and right now. But I agree with you. He can't be trusted.
If he stuck to what he should stick to, which is what he stated a few minutes ago, which is what we can show and prove empirically, etc., etc. If he stuck to those things, right, and he did his thing, I mean, it'd be hard to keep up with the guy. But he doesn't do that. He has ambitions and stupid things that really
promotes false paradigms. It's like, I don't know. It's like he's different personalities.
Well, because he has this etheric thing going on, and that's his main problem, Brian. He's an etherite.
Well, his main problem is he's not honest. I would say it is that he's not honest. He's not honest with himself, and he's not honest with.
Well, how can you be honest if you're promoting something that? How can you be honest if you're promoting something that you can't validate?
Well, that's the thing. That's the problem. He's not honest, and when he's put in a position where he should admit to being wrong about something, he won't do it. Do you know what I mean? He'll try and squirm his way out of it, or he'll do something. He'll create if there's a crowd there like on Discord or something. He'll create a drama just to create a diversion to get away from. Yeah,
we talked about it earlier, Brian. It's all about pride.
Well, yeah, he suffers from pride. Now I don't know if he has an agenda and he's doing what he should be doing. If he has people directing him, I don't know what the story is with the guy. I know that I don't trust him. But I know that if he was to do it right, he'd be hard to keep up with because he's very good when he needs to be. But it means nothing. That's the problem. It means nothing. Does it? Because you can't trust him. Because you know he's going to go and start talking about rubbish that has no relevance to anything, that isn't empirical, can't be shown and proven, instead of sticking to what you should be sticking to. Now, he might stick to that now and bring people back to him, but it's only a matter of time before he's back talking rubbish again.
Right. Here's my concern. Why is this debate happening when Nathan openly challenged him to a debate? And that went all over Discord. So I'm kind of with you. There's something going on. Very elusive. You could call me a conspiratard, whatever you want, but there's something happening. Because why would Gary be debating him?
Because they're both there agreeing there's a 24-hour sun. They're not even arguing about anything to do with it. So whether there is or isn't, the people who came back with the supposed footage and all the rest of it, none of them can be trusted, it seems. So I have less faith that there's a 24-hour sun now than I did on the day of it supposedly being recorded. Consequently, they're here and they're talking about it as if it's a fact. Now, I don't even know if it's a fact. It doesn't matter if it is, but I don't know if it's a fact. But the two of them are speaking about it as if it's a fact. And consequently, it seems to me that that is part of why they're doing this. Because it doesn't matter then what they're debating about, because they both agree on, the topic they're supposed to agree upon. The same way as if he was debating a bowler and one person, the bowler, said it's a ball, he says it's flat, but they both agree on ether. It's the same type of thing. Like, it's this middle ground thing. It's like, there's too much nonsense around the whole 24-hour sun thing for anybody to say, you know what I mean? Literally everybody at this stage, after 10 years of nonsense to do with it, and the December 2024 TFE rush, you'd literally have to nearly go there yourself, everybody, and see whether it is or isn't.
Exactly. I was just going to say that, Brian. After 10 years, I was just going to say that after 10 years, now in 2024, they got the perfect proof of 24-hour sun. Really? Where was it 10 years ago?
Well,
why would you have to go there?
Hey, Dorothy's. All right, we're back. I'm back. All right. You can continue this conversation after we're done here. So I got to do a couple questions, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We're just filling in.
I understand that. Got to nip it in the bud now because we're ready to go. All right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. 1 second. I just wanted to check on something. All right. Let's throw this over there. All right. Everyone's looking at it. All right. Here we go. Couple questions. Hope they're short. I'm starting to get a mite peckish. So here we go.
Box at the bottom of your screen. Click that box. A Q&A should open as a pop-up. Be sure to submit your questions. And for the next 30 minutes, we're going to engage in an open cross-exam between Austin and Jaron.
So this is an open cross-examination by a Q&A for 30 minutes? Really?
No, I think he was telling people to get their questions submitted in preemptively while they do this cross-examination section.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're not going to get to any questions today. Might have to do it on BALLBUSTERS on Saturday. I'll let it go until I let it go, and then we'll have to wrap things up. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you.
All right, there we go.
I think it'd be good if we kind of go through and, maybe I'll ask a question of you, you can answer it, then you do one of me, just so that we can kind of stay on these topics, because I think you've hit some good points that I want to kind of iron.
You know what? You remind me kind of Ken Ham in a way. Isn't that the one that he has Ken Ham has the, he has that place where everyone can live. They have to work, though. It's like a cult or something. You could be a leader of a cult, Huey. Easy. Well, you kind
what the hell is going on here?
You kind of already are, but
wasn't ready for that. I'm not cult leader.
Well, I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying, good job. Really. I mean, acolytes are fun.
I'm no Jim Jones and shit.
No, I don't think you'd kill us. Yeah.
I don't think you'd kill us, as far as you know.
Yeah,
not with that bow and arrow.
Too funny.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, anyway.
I would be inclined to agree if there was a subjective truth or opinion he put forward that I accepted without evidence.
Well, that sounds like something an acolyte would say, so. I'm just joking.
That's exactly.
Got him.
Oh, got him.
Yeah,
I was just talking shit, man. It was a good show. I was listening. I was talking shit, like not pressing the button though. I was like, "Oh, son of a bitch," blah blah blah. But it's fun though.
Too funny, man. All right, fair enough. All right, can I continue?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
No. The stars do not act as perspective acts. Perspective does.
The stars do not act as perspective acts.
Huh?
What?
He's getting ready to tie him up, and as you raise an elevation, they don't change their angle.
Don't anticipate, John.
Yeah.
That was just a stupid. Okay, let's see where this goes. Boy, that was an incredibly stupid thing to say.
Does not adjust equally, meaning that if I move a certain distance, it lowers a certain distance, and if I move a certain more distance, it lowers the exact same distance.
What? What? Huh? What?
You move lower to the distance.
No, I'm not asking what. As in for you to reason with this glue sniffer. It's rhetorical.
Is Witsit doing dips?
This is wonder where this is gonna go. God, it's really stupid. What the kind of question is that?
If anybody wants to go outside tonight, find a northbound longitude line.
Find a northbound longitude line. OMG, dude.
Right down the block from me.
It's down the block. I heard, what? You got some taters stuck in between your teeth?
No, I said northbound, so it might be one hitchhiking.
There could be one. Sweet hitchhiker. That's old school. You guys don't know anything about that.
Oh, hey, Kiwi, I got an old school. This should be your theme song. People are people, so why should it be? That song would be a great.
Damn, sounds like you can sing and shit.
There you go. Yes, but it's a good theme song for you guys. Or for all of us, really.
I don't know. That's a stag band.
I already got my theme song. Right here.
First of all, we don't have to get along with anyone if we don't want to.
Exactly. That's what the song says. Well, yeah, I guess it doesn't say that. You're right.
And second of all, I got my theme song. Yeah, Yeah.
Holy diver.
Holy diver.
In the midnight sea.
9 miles from you will be, when you get there, the North Star.
There's shiny, happy people.
Change
that one.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
can't believe REM made that song. I mean, that was a good song. We were talking about that the other night. Great song, but just, I don't know who he was singing that for. I don't know what he made that song for.
We ain't talking about songs, but I hear you. You can get me on that subject real quick. We got to listen to these glue sniffers while he does dips.
Find a northbound longitude line and measure wherever 69 miles from you will be when you get there.
69 miles. That miles, kilometers, inches, centimeters are all linear measurements. Hanoi, Jaron. How do you have linear measurements on a globetard? Answer, you don't. It's a paradox. Welcome to flat Earth. Every time you say miles or any distance measurement, welcome to flat Earth.
North Star will change its position by 1 degree. Well, guess.
Anytime you say 1 degree in a flat Earth elevation angle sense, welcome to flat Earth.
What, 360 times?
Yeah, everyone like this, don't they? Yeah, it's over. It's it. It's not hyperbole. Shout out to Booger Eating McToon. I'll say it correctly. That's not hyperbole. That is absolute facts. Period. It's all over. He's done. I don't know why Austin didn't jump on him.
69 miles is
69 miles, linear measurement.
24,901. Why is that? Because
that's 24,000. How many people actually eat their boogers, you know? There's a lot of people that eat their boogers.
I know there are. We already caught one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're caught on videotape picking your nose, 50% of the time it's going to go in your mouth. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Numbers of the Earth, you can go prove it tonight yourself. You don't need anybody.
Well, we got to go. I don't know. We got to go catch a longitude line.
But flat earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you,
flat earthers aren't going to tell you. That's a stereotype fallacy.
We'll say that I met a northbound longitude line and a southbound longitude line, and neither would move for the other. So they stood there, and a city was built around them.
Bastards! They're stonewalling
us. They're the same line. They're the same line.
No shit.
Oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works.
Same line, both alike in dignity. Wait,
how does perspective works?
Romeo and Juliet. Yeah.
Hey, Romeo and Juliet, chill out. I'm trying to run a show here.
Yo, you're worse than me.
I know. I just was waiting until the end to talk. But I'm gonna say funny stuff. I'll shut up though.
It's not the end yet. We're gonna end here in a few minutes though, and then you can talk. How about that? We got to keep track of what this glue sniffer's saying. It's hard enough.
Earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole.
The height of a telephone pole above what?
Walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes it.
It changes its height? Really? No, it doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's a glue sniffer. Number one, it changes its angular height. Not height. Not measurement. Height. Not like a tape measure. We go up to it. It's not changing its measurement from base to top. What a friggin' idiot. And by the way, you can't appeal to that as a glober because perspective does not exist on a globe. It's not in any of your globe Earth calculations. Simple. You're done. Welcome to flat Earth, by the way.
If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you.
It gets bigger faster. Oh, God.
Get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars.
That's not how the stars work. What does that mean? Work.
I don't know.
The stars working. What does that pragmatic fallacy? Oh, because it's a fallacy. That's why I'm struggling. Fucking idiot.
He was false.
Is he saying that the
Good.
He just said that the elevation angle of the star you're looking at as you approach its GP will not seem to increase as it would with perspective? Because I'm pretty sure
he might be. Yeah, yeah. It's very, very strange. Maybe, John. Let's see. I'm going to roll it back. You might be right. Let's see what he's exactly saying. I'm going to come back a couple J's here.
Tonight, yourself. You don't need anybody. But flat earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole, walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes. If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars, he was false in that. He said that the stars operate as perspective would. That's not true. They don't. What's your, I guess you're.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop there. Yeah. So you agree, like, if.
Yeah, I think, John, you might be right. Yeah, you're an idiot, Jaron. The angular height will change. That angle will change. The closer you get, duh.
See if what's it gets.
If a plane flies over
your
your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down. As it flies close, okay. So perspective does in fact cause things in the distance to appear to go down towards the horizon and converge into that place.
Great.
You can't. No, shake your head. That's perspective. You globetards can't appeal to perspective. It's not in any of your globe Earth calculations. None. Zero. The Earth curve maths have no perspective in it. We identified this. I identified it years ago. Where you hijacked perspective and called it Earth curve. That's what you did. And then Brian jacked your ass's yard with our little proof sees about the 6-foot-tall boat. You don't want me to pull that out.
And, okay. So that's what I'm not talking about the exact ratio. The sky is for sure a very interesting phenomena, right? I mean, indisputably.
Phenomena. Okay.
In the paradigm of the globe, it's like wildly crazy
phenomenon. Are wild. Yeah, the things are pretty.
Distances are wild, huh?
Crazy. But I think that the flat Earth model that calls for.
There is no flat Earth model, and even if there was, it wouldn't call for anything.
For stars circling your head would have parallax issues. They would have all kinds.
Stars would have parallax issues. Like what? For instance, I know this guy doesn't know what parallax is.
Kinds of stuff that we don't.
I think he's talking about stellar aberration.
No, he's not. He can't even pronounce it.
What he's doing is, just a second. He's giving solidity to the celestial bodies. So he's saying that they would act like a mountain and a pole, a mountain in the distance and a pole in the foreground. Now, within the paradigm, he's claiming that is what we should see within that paradigm, but we don't see it because we don't live in that paradigm. But he's trying to take that and put it upon us. We're not making claims about the star as being made and composed of X, Y, Z, or being one star being this size and this distance, and another star being this size and this distance. We're not making those claims. Those claims are within your new paradigm, Jeff.
True.
So no, you can't claim, you can't just pre-assume that the stars are composed of whatever and made of solids or gases or anything else, and that they should behave X, Y, or Z if the Earth was flat. You can't do that. That's completely fallacious and dishonest.
Yep.
I like how you said it, completely fallacious. I like that. Your accent's cool as fuck. You should have a period behind every single word you say, but it's a cool accent.
Friggin' Irish lover.
Thank you.
I am Irish. Oh, that's why I like it, because I'm Irish.
Yeah.
Exactly what the.
Just without the cool.
Hey, stop interrupting my show!
Shit.
I'm sorry. Fuck.
Now I'm gonna have to go back. Just relax. You'll get your time, because we're coming to the end here. According to most Ricky Dick.
Parallax issues. They would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see anything of, right? We don't.
Stuff sees.
Don't see the constellations change their orientation.
We don't see the constellations change their orientation. How does that prove a globetard?
So it does do exactly what these.
What's it?
Sphere calls for with these stars at a.
Sphere doesn't call for shit. Reification fallacy.
Very, very far distance.
Well, it's just very, 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 very far distance. How far? And validate it. You can't. You're a glue sniffer.
Let's just talk about it. So like, okay, so perspective does cause things to look like it goes down when it goes away from you, and the stars do that. So like I said,
but at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with
Do they predictable exact rate? That's dumbass.
Perspective, you wouldn't get the same. We move 69 miles north. The star drops 1 degree.
Welcome to Flat Earth. 69 miles is a linear measurement, and you can't have north on a globetard. Welcome to Flat Earth squared. Idiot.
69 more miles, 1 degree.
There you go again. You can't have degrees, and you can't have linear measurements on a globetard. Welcome to Flat Earth squared again.
69. That's not how anything perspective works.
That's not how anything perspective works. Okay, I've had it. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, I address that.
But you can address it. You can address it after I clip him off because I ain't listening. My blood sugar's starting to drop, and I can't put up. I don't suffer fools well, and especially on an empty stomach.
You travel thousands of bleeding miles to get here.
Oh, there he is now.
You're going to leave as soon as Adam walks in the door.
Really?
How rude.
Really? You popped in right now? Jeez, oh man. Dude.
How was that flight, Adam?
Slow. But straight. Flat.
You didn't go around the curve?
No, we never nose down once until the descent.
Exactly.
Super chat.
Super Adam. Adam's back to host the show.
Super Adam.
Sasha sent, "How's surface of Florida work on model?"
I like the way you said that, Flatsy. That's pretty funny.
Tried to say it like Sasha.
I know you did.
You did good.
No. All right. Well, I ain't gonna. Well, take us home, Adam.
I'll take you. I heard a little bit, and worryingly, I had a number of people giving Whitsitt praise.
Oh, that was Neil. Yeah.
That gentleman.
I said for what he's doing. Hold on. I said for what he's doing, we judge him by how he performs. And how he performed today was a lot better than in times past.
But it's still not acceptable, is it?
No, it's not. Because I said I would hold him to the measurements. He just says it in passing. He's got to hold him there.
Yeah. The bit I liked most was going through Jaron's use of fallacy from the ultimate fallacist with regards to ether. That gentleman needs. It's very good to hear him dealing with the mentally handicapped, and not in a bad way. Obviously, there's improvements needed, and it was good to hear that it's very easy to deal with people with really shit arguments. But he needs to come out and explain to us why all his bullshit with regards to ether is either still relevant or not. Before I could offer any hand of friendship or reconciliation, what we talked about on Nathan's show the other week, that's so far away, because all I've genuinely, with my very cynical mind, is it's took 6 months for these two shithouses to come up with what we've just witnessed tonight.
Oh, no, me and Brian been saying that, Adam. You may have missed some stuff. We've been saying this is planned. There's something going on here.
Yeah. I genuinely can't feel that was a two men that have just suddenly gone head to head. All a little bit too passive, all missing the real good points. And whilst it's been entertaining to see that even now Jaron doesn't know his arse from his elbow and can't present the argument, don't know what a black swan is.
Yep.
But my concern is that this is just another one of the stage things that was planned to come out after this event. It's not really a roasting or a savaging, is it? It's very, very
conspiratard. You conspiratard, you. Shut up.
He's right.
Shut up.
Point.
No, shut up. You conspiratard, you, Adam.
I'm not suggesting that we do a show on what they've done in the past 6 months. I'm I'm just saying, really? That's it? We waited 6 months. Has Jaron rocked up with the pictures of the sun? Any measurements that he's taken to prove why it's a ball?
I don't think so.
No. And I've got to be honest, where is the roasting of Jaron from Witsit? Yeah? I heard it back and a little bit of, it was just ad hom, you were poisoning the well. But, you know, it's complicity in what that man said in the past. And all he can seem to do now is ask a ball for a prediction. And pretend that's why everything he said in the past it doesn't matter whether it still stands the test of time. A lot of the good stuff he said. It's irrelevant now because the ball matches his predictions of the sun. That's kind of the whole point of why we said don't go. You were firm in the consequent puddings. That's all you're going to do. He agreed and he's come back. And I say more importantly than that, 6 months. 6 months of these people now being in opposition, and that's what they've pulled out of the bag.
Huh.
Yeah, conspiratard indeed.
Interesting.
Rig.
Interesting.
Very good, Adam.
I think that if he doesn't mention how he debunked the UAE map or the AE azimuthal acquisition projection, I don't think this is real. I don't think this is serious. I mean, or that they're being serious about what they're saying.
Interesting.
I was real careful with my praise that I did give. I said he's risen in my estimation, but to rise from zero is not a high standard.
Fair point. Adam,
my point is,
Adam, that was a fair point that John just made.
Oh, it doesn't stand in opposition to what I said. He's just mitigating that any praise was very minimal, even if it's there. There's nothing wrong with hearing a numpty like Jaron, who couldn't present a flat earth as an argument, never mind being able to present a ball as an argument. Yeah, it's not really a badge of honour, is it? I've just shown Jaron to be just poisoning the well.
It's a counter. Adam, you didn't hear what he called the sphere. It's a counterintuitive suggestion. Did you hear that part?
It was a counterintuitive suggestion.
Yeah, yes, that's what he defined it as twice. Yes, sir. Yeah, you missed that part. You have to go back. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to make you aware of it, and I thought you might have missed it. That's all I got. Is that all you got? You just got off a plane? Don't tell me you're tired, right?
Oh, I'm in that weird zone where I suppose I am tired, but there's no way I'm going to sleep for quite a while.
Yeah, that is weird. I know exactly that position. Yep. Gotcha. So you want me to continue? I'm not going to continue on. I need to get something to eat, man.
I'd say something. What I said about the whole thing is, and I said this some while back, and Eddie Banjo said the same thing the other night when I was listening to him, that the whole purpose of this thing here is so two guys can just sit there and talk nonchalant, as if, a matter of fact, as if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, to us, that makes no difference whether there is or isn't. But the problem is that whole thing has been such a debacle for 10 years. And then last year they claimed to go there and film it. But they have been caught out on so many lies and so many problems with all the people that went. You still can't say that there's definitely a 24-hour sun there. And you literally have to, everyone would literally at this stage have to fly there themselves personally and have a look. That's how bad it is. So, but these two are sitting there basically like a kind of in the background confirming what Will Duffy wants them to confirm. That's how it feels like to me. Now, what I would say about Witsit is when Witsit does things the right way, right, and he sticks to what he is known and provable, and he does it right, he's very good. But he's never good, but he doesn't do that because he's too busy pushing rubbish. So you just can't trust the guy. End of story.
Because he'll talk about empirical measurements and this, that, and the other thing. Then he'll start talking about ether. And when he's put in the corner, and I said, when he's put in the corner and he's shown to be wrong, he won't admit it. Go on.
I heard him use your argument. I was just coming through Grantham, and I heard him muttering about you can either have perspective or the stars at an infinite, and then perspective doesn't apply. But then I don't know if I missed it because there was people in the car and that. But did he drill down on that? Because that's a great one to put to Jared and just take him apart. Do you believe in perspective?
I don't think he'd even understand that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, I said to QE at one point, I said they don't claim perspective terrestrially within that paradigm, but they do claim it celestially. Now, QE made some couple of really good points. He says, well, if they don't know the medium they're looking through above them, how can they, and they don't know what the things are, how can they claim perspective for them? And he said, how would they even know what perspective is to begin with when it doesn't exist for them terrestrially? So
you got those two arguments right. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. So the word perspective and its meaning shouldn't exist. Go on, sorry, Jim.
Yeah, no. You presented my argument. That was very well done. What say you, Adam?
I would probably have said terrestrially, it doesn't exist. Celestially, it's not perspective, it's Earth curve.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But they do talk, when they talk about measuring the diameter of these things and the sizes of them and the distances to them, they're claiming perspective, because we're not seeing Polaris at its claimed size that they would claim it to be. They are claiming we're seeing it at that size, but because of perspective, it has changed and got smaller. So the angle to Polaris is a terrestrial thing, because they're claiming their leading geometric edge is getting in the way and giving you that angle. But yet, right, so there's no perspective involved. But yet, there is perspective involved with Polaris itself, because we're not seeing it at its true size within that paradigm. Now, of course, the whole thing is taken apart by an angle from an airplane. Not that we need an angle from an airplane. There's a lot of other ways to do it, but just as a fast way. But it's something we need to focus on more, because they just don't have. I 100% agree. The word perspective, should not even exist, according to their paradigm.
For them, yes.
Well, it shouldn't exist at all if the Earth was a globe within a heliocentric paradigm, because there is no perspective. They can't give another reference. How can they say there's perspective in the sky when there is no perspective terrestrially? They can't do that. Yep. Your point was very good.
Also, how can you appeal to a distance, which must be a linear, in linear form?
Yep.
How are you going to appeal to infinite distance when you don't have distance?
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
What do you mean? Jaren's been doing it all day.
I agree. We're gonna have to continue this on. Now, there will be Ballbusters this Saturday, folks. We'll continue on with Hanoi, Jaren, and Whitsitt. We'll just continue from. Let me save it. Sorry, Adam. Even though you rushed back, I know you rushed back from Italy to join the show, but tough shit.
QE's hungry.
Oh, I'm all good.
Okay, 1 second. Let me.
I mean, there is one application of perspective, isn't there?
Well, no, don't continue. Don't continue. Don't continue. That's not means continue on there, Adam.
We don't want to deal with a hungry QE.
You definitely don't want that.
Adam don't care.
Yeah, I know. Adam doesn't care.
I thought you'd miss me more than a sandwich.
Hey, I'm not eating a sandwich either. Tell you that much.
He's just projecting, because that's what he always eats.
Like a sandwich.
No, Adams has a refined palate. He eats a lot of sandwiches, no doubt about it, but that's not all.
He raw dogs those with the butter. What are you talking about?
He raw dogs them.
Nothing, you heathen.
Yeah, and his burgers, I don't understand his burgers. But what are you waiting to eat, QE?
What's it? I'm gonna have grilled chicken and mushrooms and hard bread. Aaron,
Nice.
what's
We're having grilled chicken tonight too. What a coincidence.
Yeah, but mine's actually perfection because I marinated it for like 10 days.
10 days?
Yeah, in the refrigerator, slow marinade, then grilled them. You wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
Adam. Take us home, man.
I'll take you home after I know I am home. I look forward to Saturday. I've missed you guys. Kind of nice though, listening to the show. You did do a nice appraisal, like I said, with very honest intentions as towards Mr. Whitsitt.
Well, thank you.
I would send a message out because he was very lively in chat the last few times within each other, and now he's re-emerged on the scene. I would take this moment to open him up, come and contact us again, and just have a little word with him. What are your plans, Whitsitt? Because you're out there again, and if I'm being genuine, I don't know how to deal with you.
I see.
What do you mean, what are their plans? It's the Etheric Summit.
Not asked about them. Right. Two men come back from Antarctica, with very opposing views. We wait 6 months, and we have a love-in like that. Some very salient points politely made, but the most pertinent points still aren't being made. I would open the door, as I've said. Whitsitt, not bad lad, but he still ain't got those arguments down. Yeah, especially when you're describing the Black Swan. Jesus, serious.
I do hear
that. He missed a crucial point.
Yeah.
The door is open. Prove you're genuine.
Maybe that can only be lied to so many times. It's highly suspect, but I suppose I would lend it just a tiny ear.
We can only judge him per performance.
I didn't make a judgment on him. I made an assessment. The judgment comes.
Okay, we can only assess him then per performance.
Yep. All right, Adam. Don't be stringing me along here. I said take us home.
I kind of did, but I was so well it evoked comment. So we'll see you all Saturday, and we'll carry this on. Hopefully.
That's a good one. I'm sorry. Good job. Thank you. We'll see y'all Saturday, guys. Hope you got a lot out of this. It was a lot of fun, but I'm a mite peckish. I gotta do something about that right now, if you know what I mean. So y'all be cool. Right on. QE. Out.
Quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE. Quantum eraser. of the cowbell, the illusion fades. And with each strike, the glober's delusion degrades. Curious treatments, they cure them of their plight. Guidance for truth with all his might. We call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a glober is tell your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need QE's treatments. We call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.